Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, she thought it was a rock, but when her shovel hit something hard in the garden, it wasn't stone, it was a human molar, still bloody at the root. A few inches deeper, she found an entire row of them, arranged in a perfect half circle. Elaine Winters had lived in the modest two-bedroom house on Sycamore Lane for just 3 weeks. At 42, she was starting over after a difficult divorce, and gardening was her therapy. The previous owners had let the backyard go wild, and Elaine found purpose in taming it, one flower bed at a time. The east-facing plot behind the kitchen window was meant for morning glories, not human teeth. The police arrived within 20 minutes of her call. Officer Daniel Kessler, a veteran with the Cedar Grove Police Department, took photographs while his partner cordoned off the area with yellow tape. Elaine watched from her kitchen window, a mug of cold tea forgotten in her hands. They collected the teeth in small evidence bags, 7 in total, and asked Elaine if she'd noticed anything else unusual about the property. No, she told them, her voice barely above a whisper. The house had been vacant for almost a year before I bought it. The realtor said the previous owner was an elderly man who moved to Florida to be with his daughter. What Elaine didn't mention was the recurring dream she'd been having since moving in, of someone scratching at her bedroom window at night, or how sometimes, when she woke in the darkness, she thought she could hear labored breathing just outside her door. The teeth were sent to the county lab for analysis. Officer Kessler promised to keep Elaine informed, but warned that these things took time. "Try not to worry too much," he said as he left. "Could be some weird prank. Kids do strange things these days." But Elaine couldn't shake the unease that had settled over her home like a shroud. 3 days later, the lab confirmed what everyone had feared. The teeth were human. They belonged to an adult male extracted post-mortem. The coroner estimated they had been in the ground for 6 to 8 months, and there was something else. Microscopic tool marks indicated they had been removed with precision, possibly by someone with dental training. Cedar Grove was a town of just over 12,000 people. There were only 2 dental practices, and neither had reported any missing personnel. The local newspaper ran a small article about the discovery, and Elaine found herself avoiding eye contact at the grocery store, aware of whispers trailing in her wake. A week after the discovery, Detective Sarah Michaels took over the case. She was in her late 30s with prematurely gray hair and eyes that seemed to catalog everything they saw. She sat at Elaine's kitchen table, reviewing the case notes. "Tell me about when you moved in," she said, not looking up from her folder. "Did you notice anything unusual? Disturbed soil, unfamiliar smells, anything that seemed out of place?" Elaine shook her head. The house needed work, but nothing alarming. The garden was overgrown. There were cobwebs in every corner. The real estate agent said Mr. Holbrook, the previous owner, left in a hurry when his health declined. His daughter came and packed up most of his things. Detective Michaels made a note. "We've been trying to contact Mr. Holbrook and his daughter. Interestingly, the phone number on file has been disconnected, and the Florida address we have doesn't seem to exist." A cold sensation crept up Elaine's spine. "What are you saying?" "I'm not saying anything yet," Detective Michaels replied, closing her folder. "But I'd like your permission to bring in a team to do a more thorough search of the property." The search began at dawn the next day. Ground-penetrating radar scanned the yard while forensic technicians took soil samples. By noon, they had identified 3 areas of interest, all in the backyard. The first site yielded nothing but an old toy truck, rusted beyond recognition. The second contained a collection of small animal bones, probably from a pet burial long ago. But the third site, beneath the ancient maple tree that dominated the northwest corner of the yard, held something that caused the entire team to fall silent. It was a metal box, roughly the size of a shoebox, sealed with what appeared to be waterproof tape. Detective Michaels donned gloves before carefully opening it. Inside, wrapped in cloth, was a complete set of dentures, sitting atop a stack of yellowed identification cards. The IDs belonged to 5 different men, all in their 60s or 70s, all reported missing from various parts of the state over the past 3 years. And beneath those was a small, leather-bound journal. The journal belonged to Edwin Hallbrook, the previous homeowner. The entries started 3 years ago and ended abruptly 8 months before Elaine moved in. They detailed Hallbrook's obsession with finding the perfect smile for his masterpiece, a project he never explicitly described but referenced with increasing fervor as the entries progressed. December 15th, Detective Michaels read aloud to Elaine later that evening. Rothman has the eyebrows, Jenkins has the jawline, but Winslow's teeth are what I've been waiting for. Such symmetry, such perfection, they will complete him. Elaine felt ill. Who is him? We don't know yet, Detective Michaels said, her voice carefully neutral. But we're getting search warrants for several storage facilities rented under Hallbrook's name. The storage unit in question was found 2 days later on the outskirts of town. What they discovered inside would haunt Cedar Grove for years to come. The details were kept from the press, but rumors spread quickly in small towns. Elaine heard whispers about mannequins, about parts that weren't made of plastic, about photographs of elderly men with neat circles drawn around certain features of their faces. Edwin Hallbrook was never found. His daughter, when finally located in Seattle, not Florida, claimed she hadn't spoken to her father in over a decade. The last she knew, he had been working as a mortuary cosmetician before his retirement. She seemed genuinely shocked by the allegations, insisting that her father had been gentle, if somewhat reclusive. As for Elaine, she put the house on the market just 1 month after the discovery in her garden. Despite dropping the price significantly, there were no takers. No one wanted to live in what the locals now called the Tooth House. On her last night there, as she slept on a mattress in the otherwise empty house, Elaine awoke to the familiar sound of scratching at her window. For the first time, instead of pulling the covers over her head, she got up and looked outside. There was nothing there, no person, no animal, not even a branch that might scrape against the glass. Just as she was about to return to bed, she noticed something on the ground below her window, a single white tooth, placed deliberately on top of the freshly turned soil of her abandoned flower bed. The police found no fingerprints on the tooth, and it matched none of the dental records in their database. Detective Michaels suggested it might have been placed there by a grisly-minded teenager, inspired by the local legends already forming around the house. Elaine wasn't convinced. As she drove away from Cedar Grove for the last time, she couldn't shake the feeling that Edwin Hallbrook was still out there somewhere, still working on his masterpiece, still collecting the perfect parts. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, she wonders whose smile he's admiring now. The case of the teeth in the flower bed remains officially unsolved, though investigators continue to search for Edwin Hallbrook. Meanwhile, the house on Sycamore Lane stands empty, its garden once again overgrown, its windows dark. Locals claim that on certain nights, if you listen carefully, you can hear the soft sound of digging coming from the backyard. No one dares to look. Crime 2, Angie Colburn had always been particular about her home. Friends often joked that you could perform surgery on her kitchen counters, that's how immaculate they were. This wasn't surprising to those who knew her story. Growing up in a chaotic household with 4 siblings and parents who worked multiple jobs in Millerton, Ohio, Angie had craved order from an early age. By 32, she had finally achieved it in her modest but meticulously maintained 2-bedroom house on Sycamore Lane. The neighborhood was exactly what she had wanted, quiet, established, with mature trees lining the streets and neighbors who minded their own business. Angie had purchased the house 18 months ago, after saving for years while working as a medical billing specialist at Millerton General Hospital. The previous owner had been an elderly woman named Eliza Winters who had moved to assisted living after her husband passed. The house needed updates, but the bones were good, and Angie had spent her weekends painting walls and refinishing cabinets. Every morning followed the same pattern. Angie would wake at 5:45 a.m., make a single cup of coffee in her French press, and sit by the kitchen window watching the sky transition from black to deep blue to the pale gold of dawn. She would shower at precisely 6:30, dress in one of her 12 professional outfits, and leave for work by 7:15. Her colleagues described her as reserved but kind, efficient but not cold. She kept to herself mostly, preferring quiet evenings with a book to the happy hours that her coworkers frequently organized. It was on a Tuesday in late October when Angie first noticed the sound. At first she thought it was her imagination, a faint buzzing when the shower was running. She ignored it for several days, attributing it to the old pipes or perhaps the water heater working overtime as the weather turned colder. But by the following Monday, the noise had become impossible to ignore. It wasn't loud, but it was persistent, a low-level static that seemed to emanate from the bathroom wall itself. Angie called a plumber who found nothing wrong with her pipes or water heater. He suggested it might be electrical and recommended an electrician. The electrician came 2 days later, checked all the wiring, and declared everything in perfect working order. The buzzing continued. Maybe it's just settling noises, her colleague Meredith suggested during lunch break. Old houses make all kinds of sounds. But Angie knew better. Her house was from the 1960s, not ancient enough for the kind of settling that would cause such a specific noise. And there was something else, something she hadn't told anyone. The sound seemed to intensify when she was in the shower, as if it were responding to her presence. On the first Saturday of November, Angie decided to investigate herself. Armed with a small pry bar and screwdriver from the toolkit her father had given her as a housewarming gift, she carefully removed the light blue ceramic tile where the sound seemed strongest, just above the soap dish in her shower. What she found made her stomach drop. Behind the tile was a small microphone, no bigger than a button, wired into the wall. The wire disappeared into the drywall, snaking downward. With shaking hands, Angie removed another tile, then another. The wire continued, running behind the shower wall. She followed it, removing more tiles until she had created an uneven hole about 2 feet across. The wire led to a black box, approximately 6 inches square, sealed with what looked like industrial-grade epoxy. On its surface was a single white sticker with block letters that read, "Property of the lab." Angie sat on the bathroom floor for a long time, surrounded by broken tiles, her mind racing. Who would do this? When had it been installed? Was it the previous owner or someone before them? and most disturbing of all, who was listening. She didn't call the police immediately. Something held her back, a nagging feeling that this might be bigger than a simple case of invasion of privacy. Instead, she called her brother Michael, who lived an hour away in Columbus. "I'll be there tomorrow morning," he promised after she described her discovery, his voice tight with concern. That night was the longest of Angie's life. She paced her house, checking windows and doors repeatedly, jumping at every creak and groan of the old structure. She slept on her couch with a kitchen knife on the coffee table beside her. Michael arrived at 9 a.m. the next day, his face grim as Angie showed him the bathroom. "This isn't amateur work," he said, examining the microphone and wiring. Michael had worked in IT security for a government contractor for over a decade. "This is professional-grade surveillance equipment." "But who would want to spy on me?" Angie asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Maybe it's not about you," Michael replied, his eyes fixed on the black box. "Maybe it was installed before you moved in." Together they decided to carefully remove the black box. It took nearly an hour with Michael's tools to extract it without damaging the surrounding structure. The box was heavy, sealed completely, with no visible way to open it. The only identifying mark was that mysterious label, "Property of the Lab." Michael took photos of everything before they continued their investigation. They decided to check the rest of the house, methodically examining walls, looking behind light fixtures, checking under floorboards. By afternoon, they had found 2 more microphones, one behind the living room thermostat and another embedded in the ceiling light fixture of Angie's bedroom. "We need to call the police," Michael insisted. Detective Sarah Luntz arrived at 4:30 p.m. She was in her mid-40s with sharp eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. She listened carefully to Angie's story, examined the equipment they had found, and took extensive notes and photographs. "I've never seen anything quite like this," she admitted. "I'm going to have our tech unit take a look at these devices. In the meantime, I'll need to ask you some questions about the previous homeowners." Angie shared what little she knew about Eliza Winters and her late husband, Harold. They had owned the house for nearly 30 years. Harold had been an engineer at a factory outside of town that had closed in the early 2000s. Eliza had worked as a school librarian until her retirement. "And before them?" Detective Luntz asked. "I don't know," Angie admitted. "My realtor might have that information." Over the next week, a disturbing picture began to emerge. Detective Luntz discovered that prior to the Winters, the house had been owned for just 3 years by a man named Dr. Thomas Grayson. Records showed he had worked for a private research company called Meridian Laboratories, which had operated in Millerton from 1978 to 1983. Meridian was contracted by various agencies for behavioral research, Detective Luntz explained during one of her daily calls to update Angie. Most of their work was classified, but we found some public records indicating they were involved in sound sensitivity studies. "Sound sensitivity," Angie repeated, a chill running down her spine. "Yes, and here's where it gets interesting. Your address appears in some of their filing documents as a remote observation site." The implications were staggering. Had her home been used for unauthorized human experimentation? Were there other houses in Millerton similarly equipped? And most pressing of all, had someone been actively monitoring Angie all this time? The technical analysis of the equipment provided partial answers. The microphones were indeed high-end surveillance devices, but of a type that hadn't been manufactured since the late 1980s. The black box contained sophisticated recording equipment with a radio transmitter that operated on a frequency no longer in common use. Most surprisingly, the equipment showed signs of having been active until very recently. The battery was replaced within the last year, the police technician reported, and there are signs that someone has been remotely accessing the data. A search of property records throughout Millerton revealed 5 other homes that had once been owned by employees of Meridian Laboratories. Police obtained warrants to inspect these properties, and in 3 of them, they found similar surveillance equipment. As the investigation expanded, federal authorities became involved. Meridian Laboratories, it turned out, had been shut down after allegations of ethical violations, but many of its records had been sealed or destroyed. Former employees were difficult to locate, and those who were found claimed ignorance of any residential surveillance program. Meanwhile, Angie stayed with her brother in Columbus, unable to return to her home without feeling violated. The house she had so carefully maintained, the sanctuary she had created, now felt contaminated. 3 months into the investigation, Detective Luntz called with news. "We've identified a person of interest," she said. "A former technician from Meridian named Robert Kelvin. He's 76 now, living in Arizona. He's agreed to talk to us." Kelvin's testimony painted a disturbing picture. Meridian had indeed conducted a classified research program studying the psychological effects of subtle audio stimulation on unwitting subjects. 6 homes in Millerton had been purchased specifically for this purpose, equipped with surveillance and sound emission equipment, and then sold to carefully selected buyers who fit the desired subject profile. The program was supposed to have been terminated in 1983, Kelvin explained in his recorded statement. All equipment was supposed to be removed, but some of us suspected that one of the lead researchers, Dr. Howard Mercer, had continued the work privately. Dr. Mercer had died in 2012, but police located his son, Paul Mercer, a 58-year-old electrical engineer living just outside Millerton. A search of his home revealed equipment capable of receiving transmissions from the surveillance devices, along with hundreds of recordings labeled with dates and times, some as recent as the week before Angie discovered the microphone. Paul Mercer was arrested and charged with multiple counts of invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and harassment. But the case against him revealed an even more disturbing truth. He had been continuing his father's work, studying the psychological effects of subliminal sound patterns on unwitting subjects. The static Angie had heard in her shower wasn't just surveillance, it was part of the experiment itself. For Angie Colburn, justice brought little comfort. She never returned to live in her house on Sycamore Lane, eventually selling it at a significant loss. She moved to another state, changed jobs, and started therapy to deal with the profound violation she had experienced. The other affected homeowners formed a support group, sharing their experiences and helping each other cope with the knowledge that their most private moments had been observed and recorded for years. As for the lab, investigations revealed that Meridian's work had been part of a larger, classified research initiative that had officially ended decades ago, but had apparently continued in the shadows through dedicated individuals like Dr. Mercer and his son. To this day, some residents of Millerton check behind their bathroom tiles when they hear unusual noises. And in certain homes, New owners report occasionally hearing faint static when the water is running, though whether this is real or simply the power of suggestion remains unclear. What is certain is that behind the walls of ordinary houses, hidden from view, the remnants of forgotten experiments sometimes continue to hum, waiting to be discovered. Crime 3. When Melissa Sullivan moved into the modest rental home on Oakwood Drive in the small town of Millfield, Connecticut, the landlord's parting words seemed like an afterthought. "Don't bother with the crawl space," he'd said, jangling his keys. "Nothing down there but dust and old pipes." Melissa didn't ask why. There were boxes to unpack and a life to rebuild. At 32, fresh from a divorce that had left her emotionally exhausted, all she wanted was a quiet place to start over with her golden retriever, Cooper. The house itself was unremarkable, a single-story 1960s ranch with wood paneling and faded wallpaper. Built on a slight slope, the rear portion sat elevated above the ground, creating a cramped crawl space beneath, accessible only through a small hatch in the hallway closet floor. The rent was affordable for Millfield, where the paper mill's closure 3 years earlier had left the economy stagnant, but housing prices stubbornly high. For the first 2 months, Melissa settled into a comfortable routine. She worked remotely as a graphic designer, took Cooper for long walks through the neighborhood's quiet streets, and slowly began to feel that perhaps this house could become a home. The neighbors were friendly but not intrusive, mostly retirees and a few young families. Mrs. Lampert next door had lived on Oakwood Drive for 40 years and occasionally brought over homemade bread, sharing snippets of local gossip that Melissa only half listened to. It was mid-October when the first unusual incident occurred. Melissa woke at 3:17 a.m. to find Cooper standing rigid at the hallway closet, his hackles raised, emitting a low, continuous growl that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. "Cooper," she whispered, her voice thick with sleep. "Come back to bed, boy." But the dog remained fixed in place, his eyes trained on the closet floor, where the small hatch to the crawl space was barely visible in the darkness. After coaxing Cooper back to bed, Melissa dismissed the incident. Old houses make strange noises. Perhaps a raccoon or squirrel had found its way underneath. But 3 nights later it happened again. This time, Cooper's barking was frantic, desperate, his paws scratching at the closet door until Melissa had no choice but to investigate. Standing in the hallway at 4 a.m., the overhead light casting long shadows, Melissa hesitated before the closet. Something about the landlord's casual instruction not to bother with the crawl space now seemed less like practical advice and more like a warning. With Cooper whining anxiously beside her, she knelt and pulled back the winter coats and shoes that had accumulated in the closet over the past months. The hatch was simple, a 2-foot square cut into the floorboards with a recessed metal ring for lifting. It took considerable effort to pull open, the wood swollen with age and humidity. As it finally gave way, a rush of cool, stale air wafted upward, carrying with it a peculiar metallic scent that made Melissa recoil. Shining her phone's flashlight into the opening revealed nothing but packed earth, a few plastic water pipes and dust-caked cobwebs. Cooper's barking had intensified, yet he refused to approach the opening. Melissa was about to close the hatch when her light caught something solid and white, pushed far against the rear wall of the crawl space. Something that didn't belong among the pipes and dirt. A refrigerator, old and discolored with age, but unmistakable. A vintage Frigidaire from perhaps the 1970s, its rounded edges and chrome handle faintly visible beneath years of dust. It sat directly below the kitchen, yet there was no obvious reason for an appliance to be stored in such an inaccessible location. Melissa's rational mind offered explanations. Previous tenants had stored it there, the landlord had forgotten about it, it had been too difficult to remove during renovations. Yet something about the deliberate way it had been positioned, facing away from the hatch, suggested purpose rather than convenience. Even from her limited vantage point, Melissa could see that a heavy padlock secured the refrigerator door. And etched into the dusty white surface, barely visible in her phone's narrow beam, were crude letters that formed a clear warning: do not unplug. Sleep was impossible after that discovery. Melissa sat at her kitchen table until dawn, Cooper's head resting uneasily on her feet, trying to convince herself that there must be a logical explanation. Perhaps it was just the landlord's storage. Maybe it contained something temperature-sensitive, chemical supplies, or paint that needed climate control. The following morning she called James Harmon, her landlord. His response was unexpectedly sharp. "I told you not to go down there," he said, his usually pleasant tone hardened with what sounded like fear rather than anger. "The previous owner had some eccentricities. I've been meaning to have that old fridge removed, but it's complicated. Just leave it alone, please. I'll have someone come look at it next month." But Melissa couldn't leave it alone. The image of that padlocked refrigerator with its ominous warning had burrowed into her consciousness. She began asking subtle questions around town, at the local cafe, at the small hardware store where she bought a heavy-duty flashlight, at the library where records of local history were kept in meticulous binders. No one seemed particularly forthcoming about the house on Oakwood Drive or its previous owners. Yet there were reactions, almost imperceptible pauses, glances exchanged, subjects changed. Only Mrs. Lampert offered anything concrete, though she lowered her voice to share it. "The man who owned your house before the rental company bought it, Harold Weiss, he was unusual, kept to himself mostly. His wife disappeared sometime in the late 90s. People talked, of course, but nothing was ever proven. Police came and went. Harold stayed in that house another 15 years, right up until he died." "And the wife," Melissa asked, "did they ever find her?" Mrs. Lampert slowly shook her head. Some said she ran off with another man. Others thought she just couldn't stand living with Harold anymore and started fresh somewhere. The police investigation seemed to fizzle out after a few months. That night Melissa lay awake listening to the sounds of the house. Cooper had taken to sleeping pressed against her bedroom door as if standing guard. The heating system clicked and hummed. Water occasionally gurgled through pipes. The refrigerator in her kitchen cycled on and off, normal house sounds that now seemed loaded with significance. Was there another appliance running somewhere beneath her feet? The warning, "Do not unplug," implied the refrigerator in the crawl space was operational. But she hadn't noticed any unusual items on her electric bill, and there had been no visible cord when she peered into the darkness. After a week of uneasy nights and distracted days, Melissa made a decision. On Saturday morning, armed with her new flashlight and a pair of garden gloves, she opened the hatch again and lowered herself into the crawl space. The ceiling was too low to stand, forcing her to move on hands and knees through spider webs and decades of dust. The refrigerator looked even more out of place up close. It had been positioned with its back against the concrete foundation wall, making it impossible to see if it was plugged in. The padlock was substantial, a serious deterrent that would require bolt cutters to remove. Melissa ran her gloved fingers over the etched warning on the door, noting that the letters appeared to have been carved with something sharp, possibly a knife, rather than written. As she shifted position to examine the sides of the appliance, her flashlight beam caught something she hadn't noticed from the hatch, a dark stain on the dirt floor, extending from beneath the refrigerator. The soil there appeared different, disturbed more recently than the rest of the packed earth floor, perhaps. Cooper's sudden, frantic barking from above made Melissa jump, hitting her head on a floor joist. Heart pounding, she turned to see what had disturbed him, half expecting to find someone watching her from the hatch opening. Instead, the beam of her flashlight illuminated something small and glittering in the dirt near her knee. A wedding ring, simple gold, partially buried in the soil. With trembling fingers, Melissa picked it up and wiped away the dirt. Inside the band was an inscription, "To Agnes forever, 11/4/89. Agnes Weiss, the missing wife. The crawl space suddenly felt airless, the walls pressing inward. Melissa scrambled backward toward the hatch, the ring clutched tightly in her palm. As she reached the opening, she cast one final glance toward the refrigerator. For a brief, terrible moment, she thought she saw condensation beating on its surface, as if it were indeed running, keeping something cold inside, something that had remained undisturbed for nearly 30 years. Detective Marcus Rivera had seen many disturbing crime scenes in his 15 years with the Millfield Police Department, but the excavation beneath the house on Oakwood Drive would haunt him for years to come. The forensics team worked methodically, documenting everything: the refrigerator, still operational thanks to a hidden power line, the padlock, which required specialized equipment to remove, the disturbed soil around and beneath it. And finally, Agnes Weiss herself, or what remained of her after 2 decades inside a sealed, running refrigerator. The medical examiner would later determine that she had been strangled before being placed inside, her body preserved in a macabre time capsule by her husband's methodical planning. Harold Weiss had died 5 years earlier of natural causes, taking whatever twisted reasoning he might have offered to his grave. The house had passed through an estate sale to a property management company, and finally to James Harmon, who admitted to police that he had discovered the refrigerator shortly after purchase, but had been too afraid to report it, fearing that his investment property would become worthless. Melissa Sullivan did not return to the house on Oakwood Drive. The lease was terminated by mutual agreement, and she found a new place in a neighboring town. She gave her statement to Detective Rivera multiple times, describing her discovery: Cooper's persistent barking, the hidden warning, the wedding ring that had led to the excavation of Agnes Weiss's makeshift tomb. Sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn, Melissa still wakes to phantom sounds, imagined barking, the distant hum of an appliance that isn't there. On those nights, she wonders about Agnes Weiss, about Harold who couldn't bear to let her go even in death, about a refrigerator that ran for decades in darkness, holding its grim secret beneath the feet of unsuspecting tenants. And she wonders, too, about the words carved into its door, a warning that served as both confession and the final act of a possessive man ensuring that his wife would never truly leave him, even after his own death. Do not unplug. Crime 4, in the quiet suburb of Oak Ridge, Massachusetts, Sarah Donovan led a life that many would describe as perfectly ordinary. A 34-year-old elementary school librarian with auburn hair that caught the late afternoon sun, she was known for her patient smile and the collection of vintage brooches she wore pinned to her cardigans. She had moved into the modest 2-bedroom house on Maple Street 3 years ago, following her divorce from Mark, her college sweetheart. The neighbors described her as pleasant but private, the kind of person who would wave from her porch but rarely join the block parties. Sarah's routine was predictable: Weekdays at Oak Ridge Elementary, Saturday mornings at the farmer's market, Sunday afternoons tending to her small garden of herbs and wildflowers. Her sister, Caroline, who lived 2 hours away in Boston, spoke with her every Wednesday evening. It was the kind of life that rarely made ripples until late October of 2022, when everything changed. It started as whispers, then giggles, then a quiet voice calling her name. She followed the sound to the closet where a vent had been covered by an old shoebox. When she opened it, a breeze rushed out, carrying the scent of burnt hair. Sarah first mentioned the strange sounds to Caroline during their weekly call. "It's probably just the heating system," Caroline suggested, but Sarah wasn't convinced. The house was old, built in the 1940s, and had its quirks: creaking floorboards, a temperamental thermostat, and pipes that occasionally sang when the water pressure changed. But this was different. The voice sounded like a child's, sometimes playful, sometimes distressed. "Maybe I should call someone to check the ventilation," Sarah mused. Caroline agreed, but Sarah never made the call. She later told her sister she'd grown used to the sound, that it had become almost comforting in its regularity. Caroline would later tell Detective James Harlow that this comment had unsettled her deeply. On November 12th, when Sarah didn't answer her Wednesday call, Caroline assumed her sister had forgotten their standing appointment. After 3 days of unanswered texts and calls that went straight to voicemail, Caroline drove to Oak Ridge. Sarah's blue Honda Civic was parked in the driveway. The mail had piled up in the mailbox. The curtains were drawn. The police found no signs of forced entry. Sarah's house was immaculate, as if she had cleaned thoroughly before disappearing. Her purse sat on the kitchen counter containing her wallet, keys, and phone, the battery dead. A half-empty cup of chamomile tea rested beside it, a thin film of mold floating on its surface. The garden was tidy, with no footprints disturbing the thin layer of early frost that had settled over the soil. It was Mrs. Eleanor Pearson, the 78-year-old widow who lived next door, who provided the first unsettling clue. "I saw the lights in Sarah's house late Monday night," she told Officer Rebecca Chen. "They kept turning on and off, one room after another, like someone was searching for something. I almost called her, but it was nearly midnight, and I didn't want to disturb her." The investigation revealed no evidence of foul play, but several details stood out to Detective Harlow. The closet in Sarah's bedroom was unusually empty. Only a few winter coats and a box of Christmas decorations remained. The heating vent inside, normally covered by a metal grate, had been completely removed. The shoebox that Sarah had mentioned to Caroline was nowhere to be found. The case might have remained a simple missing persons investigation if not for what happened 3 weeks later. Emily Watson, a 9-year-old from Sarah's school, claimed to have seen Ms. Donovan at the playground near the library. "She was watching us from behind the big oak tree," Emily told her mother. "When I waved, she put her finger to her lips and shook her head." When shown a photograph, Emily confirmed it was Sarah, but added that she looked different, sadder, and her hair was cut really short. Detective Harlow interviewed Emily twice, finding her account consistent and credible. A search of the playground area yielded nothing until Officer Chen decided to check the maintenance shed nearby. There, wedged behind a stack of gardening equipment, was the missing shoebox from Sarah's closet. Inside were dozens of small, meticulously labeled cassette tapes. Each label contained only a date, stretching back 5 months before Sarah's disappearance. The tapes contained recordings of a child's voice, sometimes singing, sometimes crying, sometimes calling Sarah's name. The final tape, dated November 11th, the day before Sarah disappeared, contained only static and what sounded like heavy breathing. The investigation took a darker turn when forensic technicians discovered that the vent in Sarah's closet connected not to the home's heating system, but to a narrow crawlspace between the walls. This crawlspace, not indicated in any of the house's blueprints, extended throughout the entire second floor. Inside, they found a child-sized sleeping bag, a collection of small toys, and a cassette recorder. What they didn't find was any evidence of an actual child. Caroline revealed that Sarah had always been sensitive about her inability to have children. Her marriage to Mark had ended partly because of the strain this put on their relationship. She would sometimes talk about hearing a child crying in her dreams, Caroline explained. After the divorce, it got worse. She'd wake up convinced there was a child in the house who needed her. The forensic analysis of the cassette tapes revealed something chilling. The child's voice had been digitally altered. Voice recognition software matched the underlying vocal patterns to Sarah's own voice. Detective Harlow theorized that Sarah had been creating these recordings herself, distorting her voice to sound like a child's and playing them through the vent at night. But why, and where had she gone? 6 months after Sarah's disappearance, a family moved into the house on Maple Street. The Carters, John, Lisa, and their 7-year-old daughter Mia knew nothing of the previous occupant's strange disappearance. The real estate agent had disclosed only that the previous owner had relocated suddenly. 3 weeks after moving in, Lisa Carter contacted the police. "My daughter says she's made a friend who lives in the walls," she reported nervously. "She says her name is Sarah and she needs help finding her little boy." Police searched the house again but found nothing new. The crawl space had been sealed during renovations. The vents had been replaced. There was no evidence of anyone living in the walls. Then Mia Carter began to change. Her parents noticed she was collecting small toys and hiding them in her closet. She started speaking in a whisper, claiming that Sarah doesn't like loud noises. Most disturbing of all, she began making recordings of herself on an old tape recorder she'd found in the attic, recordings in which she called out for Mommy in a voice that wasn't her own. Detective Harlow never closed Sarah Donovan's case. He kept a photo of her on his desk, next to the final piece of evidence that had never made it into the official report, a small, charred lock of auburn hair found inside the vent, identical to Sarah's. The Carters moved out after just 2 months. The house on Maple Street has changed hands 3 times since then. Each family has left quickly, citing personal reasons. The current owners have reported no disturbances, though neighbors occasionally mention seeing lights turning on and off late at night, room by room, as if someone is searching for something or someone. Sarah Donovan remains missing. The voice in the closet vent has gone silent, but sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, the residents of Oak Ridge swear they can hear a child's laughter carried on the wind, followed by the faint smell of burnt hair. Crime 5, Alina Steiner always had a fondness for vintage items. At 36, her small apartment in Portland, Oregon was a carefully curated collection of mid-century furniture, vinyl records, and antique photographs. To her friends, she was the quiet librarian with an old soul. To her colleagues at the Portland Central Library, she was efficient, reliable, and intensely private. It was a drizzly Saturday morning in October when Alina attended the estate sale on Hawthorne Boulevard. The Victorian house belonged to an elderly woman who had recently passed away with no living relatives. Alina was drawn to a leather suitcase tucked under a folding table in the back room. It was heavy, made of burgundy leather with brass buckles that had tarnished over time. The leather was worn smooth at the edges, telling stories of journeys long forgotten. $50, said the estate manager, a balding man with wire-rimmed glasses. The old lady kept it locked up for years. We just got it open yesterday. Alina ran her fingers along the soft leather. I'll take it. That evening, Alina placed the suitcase on her bed and carefully examined its contents. Inside were neatly folded clothes, a woman's blouse from the late 1980s, a wool cardigan, a pair of dark slacks. Beneath the clothes lay a pair of leather gloves, soft and supple, barely worn, and there, tucked into a hidden pocket in the suitcase's lining, was a passport. Alina's breath caught when she opened it. The face in the photograph was undeniably hers, the same wide-set eyes, the same slight upturn of the nose, the same high cheekbones. The birth date matched her own, April 17, 1988. The birthplace, too, Eugene, Oregon, but the name printed above the photograph wasn't Alina Steiner. It read Catherine Mercer. And there were entry stamps, 3 of them. Tokyo, Japan, November 1992. Istanbul, Turkey, March 1993. Prague, Czech Republic, June 1993. Alina had never been to any of these places. She had never left the United States. And in 1992, she would have been just 4 years old. For several minutes, Alina sat motionless on her bed, the passport open in her trembling hands. A cold weight settled in her stomach as the first hints of a terrible suspicion began to form. She tried to dismiss it. Perhaps it was just an extraordinary coincidence. Perhaps the woman in the photo merely resembled her. But the birth date, the birthplace, that face. That night, for the first time in years, Alina called her parents. They lived in a retirement community in Arizona now, but had raised her in Eugene. Her call went to voicemail. She left a message asking them to call her back as soon as possible, trying to keep her voice steady. The next morning, Alina went to work at the library as usual, but she couldn't focus. The passport was tucked inside her purse. Twice she took it out in the privacy of the staff bathroom, studying the face, the stamps, the name. Catherine Mercer. Who was she, and why did she look exactly like Alina? By noon, her parents still hadn't called back. This wasn't unusual. They often went on day trips without their phones, but today, their silence felt oppressive. During her lunch break, Alina did something she had never done before. She used the library's database access to search for information about herself. Birth records from Eugene in 1988. And then, almost reluctantly, she searched for Catherine Mercer, born April 17, 1988, in Eugene, Oregon. What she found made her hands go cold. There was a birth certificate for Alina Steiner, and there was a birth certificate for Catherine Mercer. Same hospital, same date, same parents listed, Robert and Marie Mercer. But Alina's parents were John and Linda Steiner. Alina left work early that day, claiming a migraine. Back in her apartment, she dumped the contents of the suitcase onto her bed. She examined each item methodically, searching for any other clues. There was nothing identifying in the clothing. The gloves were expensive but unmarked. And then, as she ran her fingers along the inside of the suitcase again, she felt something. A small tear in the lining, barely noticeable. Alina carefully widened the tear and reached inside. Her fingers touched something smooth and cool. She pulled out a small Polaroid photograph. The photo showed a young woman holding 2 babies. On the back, written in faded blue ink, Catherine and Clara, 1 week old, April 24, 1988. Twins, Alina, or was it Catherine, had a twin sister. Her phone rang, startling her. It was her mother. Alina, honey, you sounded upset in your message. Is everything okay? Alina's voice was steady, calmer than she expected. Mom, I need to ask you something important. Did I have a twin sister named Catherine? The silence that followed seemed to stretch for hours. When her mother finally spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. How did you find out? The confirmation hit Alina like a physical blow. She sank onto her bed, still clutching the phone. There was a suitcase at an estate sale with a passport, my face, but her name. Mom, what happened? Where is Catherine? Another long silence. Then, your father and I will drive up tomorrow. This isn't a conversation for the phone. True to their word, John and Linda Steiner arrived at Alina's apartment the next morning. They looked older than she remembered, more fragile. They sat at her small kitchen table, both clutching mugs of coffee they weren't drinking. We're not your biological parents, John began, his voice hoarse. Your birth parents were Robert and Marie Mercer. They had twin girls, you and Catherine. Linda reached across the table to take Alina's hand. There was an accident when you were 4. Your birth parents and Catherine were in the car. You were home with a babysitter because you had a fever. They died, Alina asked, though she already knew the answer. John nodded. We were friends of the family. We couldn't bear to see you go into the system, so we adopted you. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you change my name? Linda's eyes filled with tears. You were so young, you were already traumatized from losing them. The therapist suggested a fresh start might be better, and as time went on, it just got harder to find the right moment to tell you. Alina pushed the passport across the table. But this has my face and Catherine's name. How is that possible? Her parents exchanged a look. We don't know, John said. Catherine died in that car accident with your birth parents. The next few days passed in a blur. Alina took leave from work and began investigating. The estate where she had bought the suitcase belonged to a woman named Margaret Walsh, who had died at age 92. Alina found no obvious connection between Margaret and the Mercers. Using the library's resources, Alina pieced together what she could about her birth family. Robert Mercer had been a professor of linguistics at the University of Oregon. Marie had been a translator. They had traveled extensively for work, which explained the passport stamps. But none of it explained why Catherine's passport contained Alina's face. A week after finding the suitcase, Alina visited the address where she had lived with her birth family. It was a small blue house on a quiet street in Eugene. A young family lived there now. Alina sat in her car across the street, watching children play in the yard where she must have once played with her twin. Her phone rang. It was Detective Powell, whom she had contacted about the passport. Ms. Steiner, I've looked into this. The passport is genuine, but there's something strange. According to federal records, Catherine Mercer's passport was reported destroyed in the accident that killed her and her parents. Then how can I be holding it? Alina asked. That's what concerns me, Powell said, and there's something else. The last entry stamp, Prague, 1993, was issued 3 months after Catherine Mercer was officially declared deceased. Alina's blood ran cold. What are you saying? I'm saying that either the records are wrong or someone used this passport after Catherine Mercer died, someone who looked exactly like her. As Alina drove back to Portland that evening, her mind raced with possibilities. Had Catherine somehow survived the accident? Had someone, perhaps Margaret Walsh, used Alina's resemblance to create a new identity for Catherine? Or was there something even more sinister at play? The answers remained elusive. Detective Powell continued investigating, but hit one dead end after another. Margaret Walsh had no known connection to the Mercers. The passport office had no explanation for the discrepancy. Aliner's adoptive parents insisted they had been told Catherine died in the accident. 3 months after finding the suitcase, Aliner received a postcard in her mailbox, no return address. The image showed a bridge in Prague. On the back, in handwriting she didn't recognize, was a single line. Some twins share more than just a face. Aliner still keeps the suitcase, the passport, and the postcard in a safe deposit box at her bank. Sometimes, late at night, she finds herself studying maps of Prague, wondering if somewhere in that distant city, a woman with her face is also awake, perhaps thinking of her. A sister who might not be as dead as everyone believes. A sister who might someday come looking for the twin she lost. Detective Powell still checks in occasionally, but the case has gone cold. The estate of Margaret Walsh revealed no further clues. The mystery of the suitcase with the wrong passport remains unsolved. A puzzle with pieces that don't quite fit together, a story with an ending yet to be written. And Aliner waits, caught between hoping for answers and fearing what those answers might reveal. Crime 6, Meredith Callaghan had always been the kind of person who found peace in restoration. At 42, she had finally saved enough to purchase a small Victorian home in the quiet town of Halcyon Bay, Massachusetts. The house on Sycamore Lane needed work, a lot of work, but that's exactly what she wanted. A project to lose herself in after her divorce was finalized last spring. The neighbors had welcomed her warmly. Old Mrs. Henrietta Davis from across the street brought over a basket of fresh baked goods on moving day. The Parkers, a young couple with twin toddlers, offered to help with yard work. Meredith declined politely, explaining that the physical labor was therapeutic for her. By all accounts, Meredith led a quiet, ordinary life. She taught English at the local community college, attended yoga on Tuesday evenings, and spent weekends working on her house. Her sister, Caroline, who lived 3 hours away in Vermont, received a phone call every Sunday evening at precisely 7 p.m. February 19th was a Wednesday. A winter storm had dropped 8 inches of snow overnight, and classes had been canceled. Meredith decided to use the unexpected free time to tackle the upstairs hallway, which still had 5 layers of wallpaper from various decades. She had spent the morning carefully peeling back the first 2 layers, revealing a hideous floral pattern from what she guessed was the early 1970s. As she scraped away at the 3rd layer, a geometric blue pattern, her tool caught on something unusual. Not plaster or wood, but what felt like glass. Curious, Meredith worked more carefully, peeling the paper away to reveal the edge of what appeared to be a mirror. Over the next 3 hours, Meredith meticulously removed wallpaper to uncover a tall, ornate mirror with an antique bronze frame. It was an unusual placement for a mirror, embedded in the wall at the end of the hallway rather than hanging from it. Small, rusted nails secured it in place along the edges. What happened next is something detectives still struggle to explain. According to the detailed journal Meredith kept of her renovation progress, at approximately 4:17 p.m. she stepped back to admire her discovery. In her journal she wrote, "There's something off about the reflection. The angle seems wrong. I can see the bathroom door behind me, but it looks different somehow, colder." At 4:43 p.m., Meredith called her friend, Lisa Whitaker. Phone records confirm the call lasted 6 minutes and 22 seconds. Lisa later told police that Meredith sounded excited but puzzled. She kept saying there was something wrong with the mirror, that when she looked at it from certain angles, it didn't show her hallway but some other room. I thought maybe it was just an optical illusion or trick of the light. Lisa suggested that it might be valuable, perhaps an antique worth appraising. Meredith agreed to take photos and send them later that evening. Those photos never arrived. At 6:19 p.m., Meredith texted her sister Caroline, "You won't believe what I found behind the wallpaper, an old mirror, but something's wrong with it. When I look into it, I sometimes see someone standing behind me, but when I turn around, no one's there." Caroline replied immediately, "Old houses play tricks on you, probably just shadows. Take a break, you've been working all day." Meredith's response came 7 minutes later. "No, it's not shadows. I can see them clearly now. They're watching me." Caroline called her sister 3 times over the next hour. The calls went straight to voicemail. At 8:44 p.m., concerned about her sister's state of mind, Caroline called the Halcyon Bay Police Department to request a welfare check. Officer James Rutledge and his partner officer Tanya Martinez arrived at the Sycamore Lane house at 9:17 p.m. They found the front door unlocked. The lights were on throughout the house. A half-empty cup of tea sat on the kitchen counter, still warm. Meredith's phone was on the hallway floor, screen cracked. Her renovation tools were scattered nearby. Meredith Callaghan was nowhere to be found. The officer's initial report described the uncovered mirror as unremarkable except for its age and condition. Officer Martinez noted that it appeared to be a standard mirror that reflected the hallway normally. A full investigation was launched the following morning. Detective Sandra Collins led the case, with forensic teams processing the house for evidence of foul play. They found none, no signs of a struggle, no blood, no forced entry, nothing to indicate what had happened to Meredith Callaghan. The only unusual element was a fine white powder found on the floor directly in front of the mirror. Initial testing identified it as plaster dust, likely from the wallpaper removal. Further analysis, however, determined that it contained unusual mineral compounds not consistent with the wall materials elsewhere in the house. 3 days into the investigation, Detective Collins interviewed Mrs. Davis from across the street. The elderly woman mentioned something that caught the detective's attention. "That mirror was always trouble," she said, sipping her tea. "The Sullivan family, they owned the house back in the 80s. They covered it up for a reason." When pressed for details, Mrs. Davis explained that the previous owners had a teenage daughter who became obsessed with the mirror. She'd stand in front of it for hours, talking to herself. Her parents thought she was going through a phase until she started saying there were people in the mirror watching her. They had her see a psychiatrist, but nothing helped. Eventually, they wallpapered over it. The girl got better after that. Detective Collins tracked down Thomas Sullivan, now living in Florida. When asked about the mirror, his voice became noticeably strained. "We should have taken it out completely, not just covered it up," he said. "But the contractor said it would damage the structural integrity of that wall. It wasn't just Jenny who saw things in it. My wife started seeing them too. Reflections that didn't match, people standing in our house who weren't there." The investigation continued for weeks, then months. Meredith's bank accounts remained untouched. Her passport was still in her desk drawer. Her car remained in the driveway. The case gradually transitioned from a missing person investigation to a presumed homicide, though without a body or any evidence of a crime scene, progress stalled. 6 months after Meredith's disappearance, a new development emerged. The Parkers, who had been keeping an eye on Meredith's house, reported strange lights in the upstairs window late at night. Officers responded but found the house securely locked and empty. Detective Collins decided to install security cameras facing the house. For 2 weeks, nothing unusual was recorded. Then on a Tuesday night at exactly 3:17 a.m., all 3 cameras experienced simultaneous interference for precisely 12 minutes. When the feed cleared, the lights in the upstairs hallway were on. A team of officers entered the house. The mirror, which had been covered with a sheet during the investigation, was now uncovered, and on the floor in front of it was a single, damp footprint. Forensic analysis of the footprint revealed 2 critical details. It matched Meredith's shoe size, and the moisture contained the same unusual mineral compounds found in the dust 6 months earlier. The house was sealed off again. Detective Collins requested permission to remove the mirror for further examination. The request was granted, but engineers warned that removing it improperly could indeed compromise the wall's structure. On September 28th, nearly 8 months after Meredith vanished, a specialized team carefully extracted the mirror from the wall. Behind it, they discovered not the expected wooden studs and insulation, but a small, sealed cavity. Inside this cavity was Meredith's journal, with entries continuing well past February 19th, the day she disappeared. The final entry, dated just 1 day before the mirror's removal, read, "I see our world through the glass now, like looking through a window. I can see them in my house looking for me. They finally decided to take out the mirror. I don't know what will happen when they do. Time moves differently here. I've been trying to reach through, but the surface feels solid from this side. There are others here with me. They've been here much longer. They say once the mirror is gone, so is the doorway I'm running out of." The entry ended mid-sentence. The mirror itself was transported to a secure evidence facility. Multiple officers and technicians reported that, at certain angles and in specific lighting, the reflection seemed to shift, showing glimpses of a room that didn't exist in our world. Psychological evaluations were ordered for all personnel who reported these experiences. The official explanation documented carbon monoxide leakage in the old house, potentially causing hallucinations and explaining Meredith's journal entries as the writings of someone experiencing toxic exposure. The case of Meredith Callaghan remains officially unsolved. Her family visits the house on Sycamore Lane every February 19th, leaving flowers in the upstairs hallway. The mirror was eventually classified as evidence in a cold case and stored in the department's warehouse. Custodial staff have requested multiple transfers after working near it, claiming to see movements in the reflection when no one is there, and sometimes a woman who watches them, her hands pressed against the glass from the other side. No one has taken these claims seriously. After all, old mirrors can play tricks with the light. At least that's what we tell ourselves when we glimpse something impossible in the reflection. Crime 7, she always wondered why the bookstore's staircase ended at a brick-top wall. One day she noticed the bricks were hollow. When she broke through, she found a steel door with no handle, chained shut from the inside. A small slit was carved at eye level, and on the wall, scratched in nails, I wrote everything. Millfield was the kind of small town where everyone knew each other, or at least pretended to. Located 3 hours from Chicago, it had just enough charm to attract weekend tourists, but not enough to keep its young people from leaving. The Cornerstone Bookshop had been a fixture on Main Street since 1976, when Edward Holden, a former English teacher, opened it after retiring from the local high school. After Edward passed away in 2012, his only daughter, Miranda, inherited the shop. Miranda had left Millfield 20 years earlier for college and never intended to return. But sometimes life has other plans. Her marriage had recently ended, leaving her adrift and uncertain. The bookstore offered a sanctuary, a place to rebuild. Miranda was 39 when she moved back to Millfield in the winter of 2018. The first few months were spent learning the business, reconnecting with old acquaintances, and slowly renovating the store's interior. Edward had been a wonderful father, but a terrible businessman. The shop barely broke even most years, sustained more by his teacher's pension than actual profit. One rainy Tuesday in April, with not a single customer all morning, Miranda decided to finally explore the basement storage area. The narrow wooden staircase creaked under her weight as she descended. The light grew dimmer with each step. At the bottom, instead of opening into a room, the staircase simply ended at a brick wall. It was an odd architectural feature she'd noticed before but never questioned. Miranda ran her fingers along the cool surface of the bricks. Something felt off. She tapped gently, listening to the hollow sound that echoed back. Curious, she applied more pressure, and to her surprise, one of the bricks shifted slightly. "That's strange," she whispered to herself, her voice strangely loud in the stillness. With growing curiosity, Miranda pried loose the first brick, then another. After removing several, she peered through the opening. Behind the facade of bricks was something unexpected, a steel door. It had no handle on her side, only a small rectangular slit at eye level, like those in prison cells. Most disturbing of all, heavy chains wrapped around metal hooks secured the door from the inside. Someone had sealed this door shut from within. As Miranda widened the opening, the beam of her flashlight revealed something else. Scratched into the wall beside the door, seemingly with fingernails, were 4 words. "I wrote everything down." A chill ran through her body that had nothing to do with the basement's temperature. Over the next few days, Miranda couldn't stop thinking about the door. She mentioned it casually to Liam, the elderly man who came in every Thursday to browse the mystery section. He'd been a close friend of her father's. "Your dad never mentioned any hidden rooms," Liam said, brow furrowed. "The building used to be a bank back in the 1920s. Maybe it was an old vault." But Miranda wasn't convinced. The chains troubled her. Who would lock themselves inside a vault? She decided to dig deeper into the building's history. At the county records office, Miranda discovered something curious. In 1975, the year before her father purchased the building, it had been owned briefly by a man named Thomas Grayson. The records showed he'd bought it after the bank relocated, but sold it to Edward Holden just 3 months later at a significant loss. Thomas Grayson, the name echoed in her mind. Why did it sound familiar? That evening, Miranda went through her father's old papers, stored in boxes in the apartment above the bookstore. In a leather journal from 1976, she found an entry that made her stomach tighten. Closed on the building today, Grayson seemed desperate to sell. When I asked about the basement, he grew pale and said it was structurally unsound, warned me not to use it. I think there's more to the story, but he's leaving town tomorrow. The price was too good to pass up. Further entries revealed that Edward had used the basement for storage initially, but later had the staircase built and the lower section bricked up. He never explained why. Miranda took her findings to Police Chief Daniel Reeves, who had been 2 years behind her in high school. His reaction wasn't what she expected. "Grayson," he said, sitting up straighter, "wait here." Daniel returned with a thick file folder that looked decades old. Thomas Grayson was reported missing in November 1975. The case was never solved. Missing, Miranda repeated, but he sold the building to my father in December of that year. Daniel flipped through the file, frowning. According to this, the last confirmed sighting of Grayson was October 17, 1975. The sale documents were all handled through his lawyer, who claimed Grayson had moved west. That doesn't make sense. My father wrote about meeting him. Your father never mentioned this to the police, Daniel said quietly. That night Miranda couldn't sleep. Why would her father, a man of unwavering honesty, withhold information about a missing person? And what about those chains on the inside of the door, the scratched message? The next morning she called a contractor. I need to open a sealed doorway in my basement, she explained, careful to keep her tone casual. It took nearly a week for the contractor to fit her into his schedule. During that time, Miranda discovered more disturbing connections. Thomas Grayson had been a writer, a novelist with 2 published books to his name, both dark psychological thrillers that had received modest acclaim. His 3rd novel, according to a newspaper clipping from September 1975, was supposed to be his breakthrough work. The article quoted Grayson, "This book will change everything. It's drawn from real events, things I've observed, conversations I've overheard. Truth is always more disturbing than fiction." The novel was never published. When the contractor finally arrived, he brought heavy tools and 2 workers. "This is quite a project," he said, examining the brick wall. "Why would someone go to the trouble of bricking up a perfectly good door?" The demolition took hours, as the final bricks fell away, revealing the chain steel door in its entirety. Even the contractor grew quiet. "I've never seen anything like this," he muttered. "Those chains, they're secured from inside." "Can you open it?" Miranda asked. The men exchanged glances. "We'll need to cut through." The sound of the power saw filled the basement with a high-pitched whine. Sparks flew as it bit into the metal chains. When the last link gave way, the door remained firmly in place. "There must be more chains we can't see," the contractor said, "or it's welded shut." They eventually resorted to cutting around the door's edges. When it finally gave way, the stale air that rushed out carried a scent that made everyone step back, the unmistakable odor of long enclosed space and something else, something none of them wanted to name. The beam of the flashlight revealed a small room, perhaps 10 feet square. The walls were covered with writing, thousands of words scrawled in what looked like charcoal, ink, and eventually what appeared to be blood. In the center of the room sat a desk with a typewriter, and slumped over the desk was what remained of a human body, preserved in the airless room like a terrible museum exhibit. Chief Reeves ordered the bookstore closed, yellow police tape marking it as a crime scene. Forensic specialists from the state police were called in. They determined the remains were those of a man who had died approximately 45 years earlier. "Cause of death appears to be starvation," Daniel told Miranda 3 days later, his face grim. "We found evidence that he chained himself in," Miranda, deliberately sealed himself inside that room. "But why?" she asked, her voice barely audible. Daniel hesitated. The writings on the wall, they're his final manuscript, and they contained detailed accounts of 7 murders committed between 1973 and 1975 in 4 different states. Names, dates, locations, details only the killer would know. Miranda felt the room spin. "Are you saying Thomas Grayson was a serial killer?" That's what the evidence suggests, and it appears he sentenced himself to death in that room as some form of atonement. But my father... We don't know what your father knew, Daniel said gently. Maybe nothing. Maybe he discovered the room later and decided to seal it up rather than involve the police, to protect the town from scandal, to protect you. In the following weeks, authorities confirmed Grayson's confessions matched unsolved murders exactly as he had described them. His victims had been strangers to him, random encounters that he transformed into calculated acts of violence. And then, for reasons known only to him, he decided to create his own prison and execution chamber. Miranda eventually reopened the bookstore, though she could never look at the basement staircase the same way again. She often wondered about her father's role in all this. Had he knowingly harbored a terrible secret all those years? Or had he simply suspected something was wrong and chosen to lock it away rather than confront it? The manuscript that Grayson spent his final days recording never left police evidence. But sometimes, when the bookstore is quiet and Miranda is alone with her thoughts, she swears she can hear the faint clicking of typewriter keys from somewhere beneath her feet. And occasionally, new customers will pause at the top of that basement staircase and ask, "What's down there?" Miranda always gives the same answer, just old stories no one wants to read anymore. Crime 8, she was going through old albums when she saw it, a tall man in the background of her parents' wedding photo, then again in a picnic shot, and again behind her third birthday cake, always smiling, always watching. Her parents had no idea who he was, neither did the photographer. On a rainy November evening in 2017, 32-year-old Elizabeth Caldwell sat cross-legged on the hardwood floor of her childhood home in Millfield, Ohio. Her mother had passed away 3 months earlier after a prolonged battle with cancer, and Elizabeth had finally summoned the emotional strength to sort through her mother's belongings. The house was quiet except for the soft patter of raindrops against the windows and the occasional creak of the old Victorian home settling into the damp night. Among the stacks of possessions was a collection of photo albums, their spines cracked from years of being opened and closed, pages yellowed with time. Elizabeth found comfort in flipping through them, revisiting memories of family vacations, holiday gatherings, and ordinary moments that had shaped her childhood. It was past midnight when Elizabeth noticed something unusual. In a photograph from her parents' wedding in 1984, she spotted a tall man standing in the background. He was lanky with sharp features and dark hair, wearing a suit that seemed slightly too large for his frame. What caught Elizabeth's attention wasn't merely his presence, but his expression, a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, focused directly at the camera as if he knew he was being photographed. "That's strange," Elizabeth murmured to herself. She didn't recognize him as a family member or friend. When she called her father, David Caldwell, the next morning to ask about the mysterious figure, his response was unexpected. "There shouldn't be anyone like that in our wedding photos," he said, his voice tense. "Everyone was accounted for. Your mother was meticulous about the guest list." Elizabeth brushed it off as an oversight, perhaps a distant relative her father had forgotten about, or a plus one brought by a guest. But as she continued sorting through the albums over the following days, a disturbing pattern emerged. The same man appeared in the background of a family picnic photo taken in 1986, then again at her third birthday party in 1988, a Christmas gathering in 1990, her middle school graduation in 1998. In each photograph, he maintained the same unsettling smile, the same distant stare, and in each photograph, he was positioned just a little closer to the Caldwell family. When Elizabeth collected all the photos containing the stranger and showed them to her father, his face drained of color. "I don't understand," he whispered. "I've never seen this man before in my life." Elizabeth contacted Janet Reeves, the photographer who had taken many of their family photos, including the wedding pictures. Now in her 70s and retired, Janet agreed to meet with Elizabeth at a small cafe in downtown Millfield. "I always worked alone," Janet explained, studying the photographs with a professional eye. "And I was careful about my frames. I would have noticed someone like this hovering in the background of so many shots." She paused, brow furrowed. "This isn't just coincidence. These photographs span nearly 20 years." The unease that had been building in Elizabeth's chest crystallized into something more profound: fear. Who was this man, and why had he been present at so many significant moments in her family's life without anyone noticing? Elizabeth took the photographs to the Millfield Police Department, where Detective Marcus Holloway listened patiently to her concerns. Though initially skeptical, his expression changed when he saw the compilation of images showing the mysterious figure's presence over 2 decades. "In my 23 years on the force, I've never seen anything quite like this," Detective Holloway admitted. He agreed to open an investigation, though he cautioned Elizabeth that identifying someone from old photographs would be challenging. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Elizabeth's father called her in the middle of the night, his voice shaking. "I found another one," he said. "A photo I'd never seen before was tucked inside your mother's old diary." The photograph, dated 1982, 2 years before her parents' wedding, showed her mother sitting alone on a park bench. And there, barely visible in the shadows of a nearby tree, was the same man. Elizabeth and Detective Holloway delved deeper into Sarah Caldwell's past. They learned that in the early 1980s, before meeting David, Sarah had briefly worked as a receptionist at Millfield Community Hospital. According to former colleagues, she had once mentioned feeling uneasy about a patient who seemed to take special interest in her, a patient whose name no one could remember. Hospital records from that period were incomplete, many having been damaged during a basement flood in 1995. But one name appeared in connection with Sarah: Dr. Leonard Grisham, a psychiatrist who had worked at the hospital during the same time period. Now retired and living in a neighboring town, Dr. Grisham agreed to meet with Detective Holloway and Elizabeth. His hands trembled slightly as he examined the photographs. "I remember your mother," he said quietly to Elizabeth. "She was kind to everyone, including our most difficult patients." He hesitated, glancing at the detective. There was one patient in particular, Raymond Wells. He formed an attachment to Sarah that became concerning. According to Dr. Grisham, Raymond Wells had been diagnosed with erotomania, a delusional disorder in which the affected person believes another person, often of higher social status, is in love with them. Wells had been briefly institutionalized after following Sarah to her home, but was eventually released when deemed no longer a threat. "We lost track of him after his release," Dr. Grisham explained. "It happens more often than we'd like to admit. People fall through the cracks." Detective Holloway tracked down Raymond Wells' last known address, an apartment in Cincinnati where he had lived until 2005. The landlord remembered him as quiet and solitary, often developing his own photographs in a makeshift darkroom he'd set up in the bathroom. "He never caused trouble," the landlord said, "paid his rent on time. Then one day he just disappeared, left most of his belongings behind." Among the items in police storage from Wells' abandoned apartment was a small notebook filled with meticulously recorded dates and locations, many of which corresponded exactly with significant events in the Caldwell family's life. The final entry, dated just weeks before Wells' disappearance, read, "She knows." What Wells meant by those words and what had prompted his sudden disappearance remained unclear. Despite extensive efforts, Detective Holloway could find no trace of Raymond Wells after 2005. It was as if he had vanished completely, leaving behind only his haunting presence in the Caldwell family photographs. As the investigation stalled, Elizabeth found herself revisiting the photo albums, studying each image with new awareness. In the final photograph where the stranger, presumably Raymond Wells, appeared, taken at a family barbecue in 2004, Elizabeth noticed something she had overlooked before. The man was holding something small and reflective in his hand. When enlarged, it became clear. It was a camera. The most disturbing revelation came 3 months after the investigation began. While cleaning out the attic of her childhood home, Elizabeth discovered a sealed box containing dozens of photographs her mother had hidden away, photographs taken of their family from unusual angles, through windows from across streets, images captured by someone watching from a distance. On the back of each photograph was written the same message in neat, precise handwriting: "I am always with you." The case of Raymond Wells and his decades-long obsession with the Caldwell family remains officially unsolved. Despite being added to the FBI's database of persons of interest, no further sightings of Wells have been reported since 2005. Elizabeth Caldwell sold her childhood home and moved to Seattle, where she rarely takes photographs and keeps no albums. Detective Holloway occasionally sends updates when similar cases cross his desk, though none have matched the methodical, patient stalking that characterized the Caldwell case. For Elizabeth, the most haunting question isn't where Raymond Wells went, but how he remained invisible for so long, present in their most intimate family moments, yet somehow unseen. Until one rainy night, when a daughter looking for memories of her mother instead found a stranger who had been watching all along. Sometimes, when Elizabeth looks at old family photographs now, she finds herself scanning the backgrounds, the shadowy corners, the spaces between people, searching for faces that don't belong. Wondering how many other families might have strangers in their photo albums, waiting to be discovered. Crime 9, her lease listed one tenant, her, but when the water company sent a bill, it came addressed to 2 people, her and someone named Caleb Wren. She'd never heard of him, until she found a note taped under her sink: "Don't trust Caleb." Lauren Mercer had always prided herself on her independence. At 32, she had cultivated a life of careful routines and measured interactions. She worked remotely as a data analyst for a healthcare consulting firm, spoke with her mother in Nebraska every Sunday, and knew the names of exactly 3 neighbors in her apartment building in Bellingham, Washington. For someone who had always felt slightly out of step with the world, this quiet existence felt like an achievement. The Pineview apartments weren't remarkable in any way, which is precisely why Lauren had chosen them. Built in the 1980s, the 3-story complex sat on the outskirts of town, surrounded by a small woodlot that provided a buffer from the nearest road. Her 1-bedroom unit on the 2nd floor offered a view of the parking lot, and beyond that, a sliver of Bellingham Bay in the distance. The rent was reasonable, the walls were thick enough, and the property management company, Westland Properties, handled maintenance requests with minimal fuss. Lauren had lived there for nearly 11 months when the water bill arrived. She almost missed it, a plain white envelope mixed in with her usual mail. She'd been making automatic payments through her bank account, so receiving a physical bill was unusual. When she opened it, she noticed something immediately wrong. Pineview Apartments 214. Residents Lauren Mercer and Caleb Wren. Due amount $143.27. Lauren stared at the name for a long moment. Caleb Wren. She knew no one by that name. More concerning was the amount, nearly triple her usual bill. Had there been a leak she hadn't noticed? The bill showed excessive water usage over the past 30 days. That evening, Lauren called the water company. The customer service representative informed her that the account had been registered under both names since February, 3 months before. When Lauren explained there must be a mistake, the representative suggested she contact her property manager, as they were the ones who had provided the tenant information. "I live alone," Lauren insisted. "I've never heard of anyone named Caleb Wren." The following morning, Lauren emailed Westland Properties. The response came 2 days later, brief and unhelpful. "Our records show only your name on the lease for Unit 214. Please provide a copy of the bill so we can address this with the utility company." Lauren sent the scan and tried to push the matter from her mind. Likely just a clerical error. Perhaps the name belonged to a tenant in another unit, or someone who had once applied for her apartment but never moved in. That explanation might have sufficed if not for what happened next. 3 days later, Lauren noticed a small puddle forming under her kitchen sink. She placed a bowl beneath the drip and bent down to examine the pipes. As she reached in with her phone's flashlight, she noticed something attached to the back wall of the cabinet, a small folded piece of paper secured with blue painter's tape. She peeled it off carefully. The paper was a torn sheet from a small notepad, the kind found in hotel rooms. Written in blue ink were 5 words, "Don't trust Caleb, room 108. Lauren sat back on her heels, a coldness spreading through her chest. She reread the note several times, examining the handwriting neat, slightly slanted to the right. It appeared to have been there for some time. The edges of the tape had begun to curl, and the ink had faded slightly. Room 108 was on the first floor, directly beneath the building's main entrance. Lauren had passed it hundreds of times, but had never spoken to its occupant. She wasn't even sure if anyone currently lived there. That night, Lauren barely slept. She checked her locks repeatedly and placed a chair beneath her doorknob, a security measure she hadn't used since college. The next morning, she called in sick to work and began researching. She started with social media, searching for anyone named Caleb Wren in Bellingham or the surrounding area. She found several profiles, 3 on Facebook, 1 on Instagram, but none appeared to have any connection to her apartment building. She tried property records, public directories, even the university's student database, which was publicly accessible. Nothing conclusive emerged. Around noon, Lauren worked up the courage to knock on the door of apartment 108. No one answered. She knocked again, waited, then carefully tried the handle, locked of course. Through the peephole, she could see only darkness. Her next stop was Mrs. Alvarez in 210, the elderly woman who had lived in the building longer than anyone else. Lauren had helped her carry groceries once and occasionally collected her mail when she visited her daughter in Portland. "Mrs. Alvarez, I'm sorry to bother you, but do you know if anyone named Caleb Wren has ever lived in this building? Maybe in 108. The woman considered this, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Not that I recall, dear. Unit 108 has been empty since last December, I believe. There was a young man there before, but I don't remember his name. Kept to himself. I rarely saw him. How long did he live there? Just a few months. He moved in last summer, I think. August, maybe. Left before Christmas. Lauren thanked her and returned to her apartment, more confused than before. That evening, she called the property management company again and asked specifically about Unit 108. That unit has been vacant since December 15th of last year, the receptionist confirmed after checking their system. We're actually renovating it now. New carpets, fresh paint. Who was the last tenant? I'm sorry, we can't provide that information due to privacy policies. 2 days later, the water company adjusted her bill, removing the extra name and recalculating the charges based on her typical usage. The property manager assured her it had been a simple database error. The matter appeared resolved, but Lauren couldn't shake her unease. She began noticing small details around her apartment, things she might have previously overlooked. The shower curtain slightly askew when she returned home. A window she thought she'd closed found cracked open in the morning. A persistent smell of cigarette smoke, though she didn't smoke, and neither did her immediate neighbors. Then came the sounds, soft footsteps in the hallway that paused outside her door late at night, the barely perceptible click of her doorknob turning, testing her locks. Once at 3:17 a.m., she woke to what sounded like breathing on the other side of her bedroom wall, the wall that faced the building's exterior, 2 stories up. Lauren installed a security camera above her door and another facing her living room windows. She changed the locks, adding a deadbolt the property manager hadn't approved. She told herself she was being paranoid, that the note was probably a prank or perhaps meant for a previous tenant. 3 weeks passed without incident. The security cameras recorded nothing unusual. The extra water usage stopped. Lauren began to relax, to believe again in simple explanations. Then came the package. A small brown box left at her door with no shipping label, no postage, hand-delivered. Inside was a single house key attached to a keychain with the number 214 stamped into the plastic, her apartment number. Beneath it was a printed card that read, "You found my note. We need to talk. I know about the disappearances." Lauren took the box and its contents to the police station that afternoon. Officer Reed listened patiently as she explained about the water bill, the note under the sink, and now this key, which fit her door perfectly when she tested it. "Ms. Mercer, has anyone actually threatened you or attempted to enter your apartment?" Officer Reed asked. "No, but... And this note mentions disappearances. Do you know what that refers to?" Lauren shook her head. "No, I don't." Officer Reed typed something into her computer. "There haven't been any reported disappearances in your neighborhood in the past 5 years. The closest missing persons case is from 2019, and that was resolved when the individual turned up in Spokane." Lauren left the police station with a case number but little confidence that anything would be done. She spent that evening researching missing persons cases in Bellingham. Nothing stood out. The next day, Lauren received an email from an address she didn't recognize, CW room 108@gmail.com. The subject line read simply, "We lived in the same apartments." The body of the email contained only a link to a cloud storage folder. Against her better judgment, Lauren clicked it. The folder contained photographs, dozens of them, of the Pineview apartments. Most were exterior shots taken from various angles and distances. Some showed individual units, including hers, with the curtains drawn. 3 photos showed Lauren herself entering the building with groceries, checking her mail, sitting on her balcony with a book. The final image was different, a scan of a newspaper clipping dated March 2022, before Lauren had moved in. The headline read, "Local man reports suspicious activity at apartment complex. Police find no evidence." The article briefly described how a resident of Pineview Apartments had reported strange occurrences, maintenance visits that never happened, residents whose names appeared on utilities but weren't on leases, and unusual water usage patterns. The resident, unnamed in the article, claimed the property management company was covering something up. Police investigated but found nothing suspicious. Lauren printed the article and took it, along with the email, back to the police station. This time she spoke with a detective named Harrison. "I believe someone who used to live in my building is trying to contact me," she explained. "They left a note mentioning disappearances, and now they've sent these photos, including ones of me." Detective Harrison reviewed the materials with more interest than Officer Reed had shown. "This could constitute harassment," he acknowledged. "I'll contact the email provider to see if we can identify the sender." 3 days passed. Lauren stayed with a coworker, unwilling to return to her apartment alone. When Detective Harrison finally called, his voice was measured, professional. "Ms. Mercer, we've identified the owner of that email account. Caleb Wren was indeed a resident at Pineview Apartments from August to December last year. He moved out suddenly, according to the property manager." "Where is he now?" Lauren asked. A pause. "That's where things get complicated. Mr. Wren hasn't used his credit cards or phone since January. His family in Oregon reported him missing in February. His case is still open." Lauren felt her throat tighten. "So who sent the email? Who's been watching me?" The email account was last accessed from an IP address within the Pineview apartment complex, specifically from Unit 108. The unit that was supposed to be vacant, the unit directly beneath the main entrance, the unit where Caleb Wren had once lived. Police searched apartment 108 the following day. They found it empty, partially renovated as the property manager had claimed. No signs of recent habitation, no evidence of criminal activity. The building's maintenance access areas were also examined, crawl spaces, utility closets, the small attic. Nothing unusual was discovered. Lauren terminated her lease and moved out of Pineview Apartments 2 weeks later. The case remains open but inactive. Caleb Wren has never been found. Sometimes Lauren wonders about the water bill, about the excessive usage that occurred only during those specific months. She thinks about the spaces between walls, about the sounds of breathing she heard outside her second-floor window. She remembers the key that fit her lock perfectly, though she'd never had copies made. And sometimes, when she can't sleep, she imagines Caleb Wren discovering something in that building, something about the management company, about the water usage, about the names that appeared and disappeared from official records. Something that made him leave a warning under a sink and then vanish completely. Perhaps he had discovered why the water bill was so high in a building where people occasionally went missing. Perhaps he'd learned what happened in the spaces no one ever looked, the dark, damp spaces where water might pool unseen and unmeasured. Or perhaps, as Detective Harrison suggested, it was all just a series of unfortunate coincidences, a clerical error, a prank note, a disturbed individual who happened to target Lauren's building before disappearing for reasons unrelated to her story. Lauren doesn't know which explanation is true, but sometimes when she receives her water bill at her new apartment, she checks the names listed, just to be certain she's the only one paying for what flows through her pipes. Story 10, the aged envelope exuded a sense of antiquity, its corners tinged with a faded yellow hue, yet the postage stamp gleamed with fresh ink as if just dispatched days prior. With a cautious hand, the detective unfurled its contents, revealing a solitary sheet of paper bearing a message typed in a hurried, jagged script. "I am sorry for what I did." Upon touch, the paper felt damp, carrying with it a faint scent of iron that lingered in the air. It was only upon closer inspection that the reddish smear along the bottom edge came into focus, a grim revelation that it was not mere ink staining the page. Detective Sarah Morgan swiftly secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers deftly maneuvering with practiced precision. The forensic team's analyses confirmed her suspicions the crimson mark was indeed human blood, a chilling match to the DNA extracted from an unsolved homicide case that had cast a shadow over the department for years. The victim, a promising journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, her body bearing the cruel signature of multiple stab wounds. Missing was her laptop, her notes strewn about, hinting that her untimely demise might be linked to a story she was fervently pursuing. Despite exhaustive interviews and relentless investigative efforts, the case had grown cold, its secrets buried deep within the folds of time. And now, a cryptic missive had found its way to the police precinct, bearing a simple address: Homicide Division. The scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a meticulous sender, one who had taken care to leave only smudged remnants behind, a subtle dance of shadows in the investigation's path. The postmark, however, offered a glimmer of hope, a thread to unravel the mystery that had eluded them for so long. As Detective Morgan convened her team in the dimly lit briefing room, the walls adorned with snapshots of crime scenes, timelines, and suspect profiles that led to dead ends, she affixed the image of the letter at the heart of their collective pursuit. "This changes everything," she intoned, her voice a hushed cadence in the stillness. "Our perpetrator shows signs of remorse." Detective James Chen, her stalwart partner in the labyrinth of inquiries, scrutinized the letter with a furrowed brow. "Or perhaps it's a facade, a macabre play to toy with us," he posited, his gaze piercing the veil of enigma veiling the truth. The forensic team traced the peculiar impressions of the typewriter to a model long vanished from production, a relic of a bygone era cloaked in rarity. Undeterred, they embarked on a quest, reaching out to antiquarian vendors and collectors across the expanse of the region. With each lead unfurling like tendrils in the night, they delved into the tapestry of Rebecca's life, her editor painting a portrait of resilience, of a relentless pursuit of unveiling corruption's veiled visage. Her latest inquiry had delved into the intricate webs of a prominent family entwined with the sinews of local politics, their shadows casting a pall over her final days. In their quest for truths obscured, the detectives turned to Michael Barnes, Rebecca's erstwhile companion. In their initial encounter, grief had clouded his gaze, alibis woven with threads of certitude. Yet as the web of evidence tightened, subtle tremors danced in his demeanor, a silent symphony of guilt unraveling. Rebecca spoke of a specter haunting her, he confessed in a whisper, a shard of truth piercing the shroud of shadows. I dismissed her fears as paranoia, a folly of her relentless pursuit. I should have listened. As the tendrils of investigation extended, a second letter materialized, bearing the same typewritten verses, the same specter of blood staining its edges. This time the message unfurled a tale woven in ink, She unearthed secrets of the family, of the inheritance, of the patriarch's demise. I never intended for it to escalate to such depths. The labyrinthine path led to the grand manor of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest scion, Richard, stood at the crossroads of inquiry. Within the shadowed confines of his estate lay a trove of antiquities, among them vintage typewriters steeped in history's embrace. His responses to their queries bore the polish of practiced deceit, a veneer too smooth to be genuine. A breakthrough dawned as microscopic fibers on the envelopes whispered tales of custom stationery exclusive to the youngest scion, Eleanor. Her revelation unfurled a tapestry of deceit as she unveiled Richard's plea to borrow her stationery, a cloak to shroud his nefarious designs. A warrant of search unfurled the hidden chamber within Richard's abode, revealing a tableau of obsession clippings, surveillance, and the vintage typewriter that had birthed the missives of doom, the blood within its veins a chilling echo of Rebecca's fate. The final chord resonated as the tendrils of connection bound Michael and Richard in a web of complicity. Financial trails spoke volumes, tracing a path of payments exchanged in the shadows preceding Rebecca's demise. And in a moment of reckoning, Michael's resolve crumbled, the dam of silence breached. She uncovered Richard's hand in his father's demise, the poison that hastened his ascent to power. His confession hung heavy in the air, the weight of betrayal a burden unshared. But it was Eleanor's revelation that unfurled the truth in its rawest form, a clandestine recording capturing Richard and Michael's pact of silence, the sinister whisper of death woven in their discourse. With Richard's flight thwarted, the scales of justice tipped, the courtroom a stage for truths laid bare. Amidst the trial's fervor, Richard clung to the frayed threads of innocence, a facade crumbling beneath the weight of damning evidence. And as the jury's deliberation waned, a verdict resounded, a symphony of guilt, a requiem for the fallen. In the courtroom's somber embrace, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's kin, offering solace in the shadows of justice served. The blood-stained letters stood as relics of a bygone tale, a reminder that even in the labyrinth of darkness, light finds a way to pierce through. And in the silence of the night, they whispered a timeless truth that in the realm of secrets and shadows, the echoes of remorse, whether true or feigned, are the harbingers of a reckoning untold. The saga of Rebecca Warren became a beacon in the annals of sleuthing lore, a testament to the power of the past echoing through the corridors of the present, a reminder that in the dance of shadows and light, the whispered secrets of an old typewriter can unveil the deepest recesses of the human heart. Story 11. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a forgotten treasure left behind by the previous inhabitants of the house. Among the faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and celebration, one photo stood out. In the familiar living room setting, a family unlike Rebecca's sat on the couch, their smiles frozen in time. But what sent shivers down her spine was the figure lurking in the shadows of the hallway, a man watching silently. Rebecca's hands trembled as she held the eerie photo, the edges vibrating faintly. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, she felt the weight of the house pressing in on her, suffocating her with its emptiness. Placing the photograph on the cold kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh light, noting the uncanny resemblance to her own home, yet inhabited by strangers. Detective Morgan, a weathered investigator with keen eyes, arrived clad in a worn leather jacket, his gaze piercing as he examined the mysterious photograph. With methodical precision, he delved into the history of the house, questioning Rebecca about the previous owners, the elusive Nelsons who had sold the house without a trace. As the investigation unfolded, a pattern emerged. Families had come and gone, each residing in the house for precisely 1 year before vanishing without a trace. The Sutherlands, the missing family from the photograph, were just one piece of the puzzle. Forensic analysis hinted at a sinister presence, a tall figure in dark clothing haunting the shadows of the captured memories. Delving into the past, the detective unearthed a dark history surrounding the house's construction. Samuel Whitfield, the enigmatic architect, had vanished under mysterious circumstances. His connection to the disappearances sent chills down their spines, especially as his likeness was eerily similar to the figure in the hallway. Beneath the basement floor, a grim discovery awaited the preserved remains of the missing families, entombed in the earth below. Among their belongings, a camera, capturing moments of unsuspecting happiness, but always shadowed by the lurking presence of Samuel Whitfield. As the investigation intensified, a hidden crawlspace revealed a chilling truth, a journal detailing the sinister observations of the families, hinting at a looming threat. Rebecca, now under police protection, found herself entangled in a web of darkness that seemed to transcend time. The night brought no solace as a mysterious call shattered the silence, the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera echoing through the receiver. The chilling realization dawned that the watcher in the shadows was closer than she ever imagined, his presence lingering in the darkness, waiting to strike. The house, now a haunting crime scene, stood as a testament to the unknown, its secrets buried within its walls. Samuel Whitfield's elusive existence cast a shadow over the investigation, leaving more questions than answers. And as new families moved into new homes, the legacy of the man in the photograph lived on, a sinister reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed in the quiet of the night. Story 12. In the hushed stillness of a quiet suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived in the hands of Sarah Miller. Encased in a plain envelope devoid of a return address, the single brass key exuded an air of antiquity, its surface weathered by the passage of time. Sarah, a homeowner of unassuming demeanor, found herself inexplicably drawn to the key, a sense of eerie familiarity tugging at her consciousness. With a curious mixture of trepidation and intrigue, Sarah attempted to unlock the secrets held within her home with the enigmatic key. Yet to her bewilderment, every lock she possessed remained steadfastly unyielding to its touch. It was a key that did not belong to her, a key that defied the logic of her world. Perplexed, she placed it upon her coffee table, where an unexpected occurrence unfolded. From the depths of the silent hallway, the old grandfather clock, long dormant and broken, emitted a solitary, haunting chime that reverberated through the stillness. Its resonance lingered in the air like a ghostly whisper, a harbinger of unseen forces at play. Sarah, shaken by the inexplicable event, felt a chill creep down her spine, a primal instinct warning her of impending darkness. As the tendrils of fear coiled around her heart, Sarah sought solace in the comforting arms of authority, reporting the strange incident to the local law enforcement. The responding officer, a stoic figure of rationality, initially dismissed her concerns as mere happenstance, a key in the mail, a trivial mistake, he surmised. Yet Sarah's intuition, a whisper of unease that refused to be silenced, compelled her to persist. Reluctantly, the officer acquiesced to her plea, accepting the brass key as evidence to be catalogued in the annals of official investigations. Little did he know that this seemingly innocuous key would unfurl a tapestry of terror that would shroud the once serene neighborhood in a cloak of dread. Enter Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the shadows that lurked beneath the veneer of everyday life. The brass key, unassuming in its appearance yet heavy with unspoken secrets, found its way into his possession, resting ominously upon his desk like a silent specter. Delving into Sarah's background revealed a life devoid of suspicion, a retired educator, a widow, a mother of grown children scattered across distant lands. Her life, an open book of mundane routines, offered no clues to the enigma of the key that had crossed her path. Forensic scrutiny unveiled a barren landscape of evidence, no fingerprints save for Sarah's own, no trace of the sender within the confines of the generic envelope. The key, a standard Schlage model worn by time's relentless passage, divulged no secrets of its own, save for the cryptic message it carried in its silent depths. A breakthrough unexpected and chilling emerged when Detective Harmon delved into the labyrinthine archives of the department, tracing the unique bidding pattern of the key to a cold case shrouded in shadows. A storage unit, a chamber of horrors concealed behind a veil of anonymity, where blood-stained memories and unspeakable truths lay dormant. The key, a sinister harbinger of past atrocities, connected Sarah to a web of darkness that stretched back through time. The phantom of a predator, a ghostly presence named Harold Jenkins, loomed on the periphery of her consciousness, a shadow cast from the depths of her unknowing past. As the investigation unraveled the tangled threads of Jenkins' malevolence, Sarah's world crumbled around her, the walls of her sanctuary closing in with every passing moment. Fear, a palpable presence that clung to her like a shroud, drove her to fortify her defenses, to lock away the tendrils of dread that threatened to consume her. The manhunt for Jenkins, a phantom on the fringes of sanity, escalated into a nationwide pursuit, a chase through the labyrinthine corridors of a twisted mind. The Keymaster, a moniker that struck fear into the hearts of those who whispered it in hushed tones, became a specter haunting the collective consciousness of a nation in mourning. In the heart of the wilderness, amidst the whispering pines and the silent cries of the lost, Jenkins made his final stand, a solitary figure, a wraith of darkness, poised on the precipice of oblivion. The echoes of his crimes reverberated through the stillness, a symphony of horror that resonated with the cries of the forgotten. And in the aftermath of the storm, as the dust settled upon the shattered remnants of a shattered life, Sarah stood on the threshold of a new dawn, her world forever altered by the touch of darkness that had brushed against her soul. The key's silent witnesses to the horrors of the past lay enshrined in the halls of justice, a testament to the fragility of innocence in a world steeped in shadows. And as the night whispered its lullabies of sorrow, the darkness receded, leaving only the faint echo of a memory of a key that unlocked not doors, but the secrets of the human heart. Story 13, in the hushed stillness of the night, a tale unfolds, shrouded in mystery and intrigue. A tale that begins with a woman named Rebecca, reluctantly venturing into the attic of her new abode, compelled by the storm's unyielding insistence on revealing a leak in the roof. The attic, a realm of forgotten treasures cloaked in dust and cobwebs, held a secret that would unravel the very fabric of her reality. Nestled in the shadows, an ancient dollhouse stood, its miniature furniture arranged with meticulous care, as if frozen in time. Yet, as Rebecca gazed into its tiny rooms, a sense of unease crept over her. The figures within were not mere dolls, but intricately hand-carved replicas of her own kin, each one a mirror image of her family. Every detail painstakingly accurate, except for one glaring anomaly, the figure meant to be her, defiantly standing near the attic entrance, a silent sentinel in the miniature world. Running her finger over the dollhouse roof, Rebecca felt a chill coursing through her, distinct from the cold draft whispering through the rafters. This dollhouse did not belong here. It was a relic from a past unknown, a past that should not intertwine with her present. The revelation sparked a chain of events that would shake the foundations of her reality. A call to law enforcement, a family gripped by fear, and a detective named Sarah Harmon thrust into a realm where reality blurred with nightmares. The dollhouse, a vessel of surveillance, held secrets beyond comprehension. Each miniature figure a harbinger of intrusion, their eyes embedded with microscopic cameras, capturing moments that were never meant to be seen. The eerie precision of the dollhouse's occupants mirrored the family's every move, a chilling testament to a twisted obsession that defied logic. As the investigation unfolded, hidden truths emerged from shadows long forgotten. A concealed entrance to a hidden realm beneath the house, a makeshift sanctuary where an unseen presence had dwelled in silence, observing, waiting. The absence of forced entry confounded investigators, leading them down a labyrinth of deceit and manipulation. The house's dark past mingled with the present, a tapestry woven with threads of obsession and possession. Digital breadcrumbs led to a small apartment across town, a sanctuary turned into a chamber of horrors. Walls adorned with photographs, journals chronicling lives not their own, a workshop filled with unfinished dollhouses, a sinister tableau of twisted fantasies. Martin Wells, the puppet master behind the curtain, revealed his motives with chilling detachment, a man consumed by a delusion of control. In the aftermath, as justice was served and the echoes of the past began to fade, the Morgan family found solace in a new beginning, a fresh start far from the shadows of their former abode. Yet the specter of surveillance lingered, a haunting reminder of a reality shattered. Rebecca, haunted by the memory of being watched, rid their new home of all remnants of the past, seeking solace in the absence of miniature replicas. The tale of the dollhouse and its twisted master serves as a cautionary tale, a reminder that sometimes the most insidious threats lurk within the familiar. As night descends and the world slumbers, one can't help but wonder what secrets lie hidden in the darkness, waiting to be unveiled. The echoes of the past linger, a reminder that even in the stillness of the night, unseen eyes may be watching, waiting to turn lives into mere playthings in a twisted game of control and possession. Story 14, the aging apartment exuded a sense of history, its creaking heating system and clattering pipes creating a familiar symphony of sounds that echoed through the corridors. It was a place of stories, of memories long forgotten and whispers carried on the air. But one night, a new tale began to unfold. A soft, almost imperceptible voice drifted through the vents, distinct yet distant. It was not the usual background noise of daily life. It was a whisper calling out a name, beckoning with an eerie allure. The woman who lived in the apartment felt a shiver run down her spine as she leaned closer to the vent, straining to hear every word. A breath of icy air brushed against her cheek, and then almost teasingly the voice spoke again. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself standing in the center of the empty apartment, her eyes fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed. Around her, the forensics team meticulously documented the scene, capturing every detail with their cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had been gone for a week before anyone noticed her absence. What they uncovered within the ventilation system defied logic and sent a chill down Shaw's spine. Officer Patel recounted the victim's claims of hearing voices through the vents, dismissed by the building management as mere quirks of an old building. But as Shaw knelt beside the vent, tracing the deep scratches left by desperate fingers, she knew there was more to this mystery than met the eye. Alina's life had been filled with warmth and kindness, her disappearance leaving a void that echoed through the community. As Shaw delved deeper into Alina's world, she uncovered a trail of paranoia and fear that had consumed the missing woman in her final days. The pieces of the puzzle started to come together: the perfectly made bed, the untouched coffee mug, the chair positioned just so beneath the vent, as if someone had been waiting, listening. The forensic evidence painted a haunting picture. Fibers from Alina's favorite cardigan caught in the vent, a mysterious fingerprint inside the cover, and chilling audio recordings from Alina's phone that spoke of unseen forces at play. The building itself held secrets, with a history of tenants fleeing in fear, haunted by whispers in the walls. The focus of the investigation turned to Harold Weber, the enigmatic building superintendent with access to every corner of the complex. His calm demeanor cracked under Shaw's scrutiny, hinting at a deeper connection to the mysteries within apartment 4. A hidden passage revealed a dark truth, a voyeur living within the walls, watching, waiting, and whispering to unsuspecting victims. Weber's meticulously kept records and disturbing digital journal painted a chilling portrait of his obsession with Alina and those who came before her. The discovery of a storage unit filled with mementos from past tenants sealed his fate, confirming his twisted game of control and possession. As the trial unfolded, Weber's facade of sanity began to crumble, revealing the depths of his delusions and the sinister truths lurking behind the walls. The jury's swift verdict echoed through the courtroom, condemning Weber to a life defined by his own twisted whispers and the haunting memories of his victims. The once vibrant apartment building now stands silent, its halls echoing with the ghosts of the past. Despite attempts at renovation and renewal, the whispers persist, carried on the cold drafts that seep through the vents. The building remembers, retaining the echoes of a dark chapter that refuses to fade into the night. Residents come and go, unaware of the secrets that linger within the walls, the chilling whispers that still murmur in the dead of night. And so, the story of apartment 4B lives on, a cautionary tale of shadows and whispers that refuse to be silenced. Story 15. The realtor's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints were devoid of any hint of it, but as the family peeled back the worn carpet, they stumbled upon a concealed door. A door with a weathered, heavy handle that required the combined effort of 3 to wrench open. A musty breath of air greeted them, pregnant with the aroma of damp soil. Descending steps beckoned them into the darkness below. Storage was the expectation, yet what awaited them was a solitary chair illuminated by a swaying light bulb, and on the wall behind it, a chilling array of photographs depicting them. The Mercer family took up residence in the suburban dwelling amidst the stark winter landscape, where shadows lingered long and skeletal trees contrasted sharply against the cold heavens. The aging 2-story house, with its time-worn facade and creaking floors, exuded character, or so they convinced themselves. Little did they foresee the deep-seated history woven into the very essence of the house, nor the violent collision it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene unit already establishing a perimeter with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice trembled over the phone as she recounted the unsettling discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before further exploration," Connors directed, donning latex gloves with seamless precision. Camera flashes punctuated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned under their weight. The basement was compact, akin to a standard bedroom, its concrete walls painted a stark gray. A lone chair was affixed to the floor at the room's center. Above it, the stark bulb cast elongated shadows, swaying gently in an imperceptible draft. However, it was the wall of photographs that demanded attention, 37 snapshots meticulously arranged in a chronological sequence. "These date back nearly 4 weeks, noted Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the backs of the prints. "Observe this one, Mrs. Mercer napping on the couch. Mr. Mercer seated at the kitchen table, the children in their respective bedrooms." The investigation unveiled no signs of forced entry, no shattered windows or tampered locks. The security system had remained inert, nothing tangible had been pilfered. Privacy had been surreptitiously seized, along with the family's sense of security. Forensics unearthed multiple fingerprints within the basement, predominantly belonging to former property owners. Records disclosed the house had changed hands 6 times over the past decade, each family departing within a year, eventually selling at depreciated values. None had alluded to the existence of a basement. "We must interview every prior owner," Connors instructed, leafing through her notepad. The case grew increasingly disconcerting as they delved into the historical archives. Anomalies in the property records emerged: blueprints altered between transactions, permits filed and subsequently retracted, inspection reports with redacted sections. A breakthrough ensued during the interrogation of the contractor who had revamped the house 7 years earlier. His countenance drained of color upon glimpsing images of the basement. "That room is non-existent," he vehemently claimed, his hands quivering. "I stripped that place to its foundation. No basement, no door. Merely dirt and concrete beneath the living room." Data extracted from the memory card clandestinely nestled within the light fixture divulged a trove of additional images, portraits not solely of the Mercers, but of preceding families. Children slumbering, parents embroiled in disputes, intimate moments, mundane rituals, all captured by an unseen intruder. The case took a somber turn with the recovery of audio files from a weatherproof box clandestinely interred in the basement's corner. Voice recordings of dialogues held in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room. The crisp audio quality hinted at sophisticated microphones secreted throughout the premises, though none were unearthed during the initial sweep. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors ordered, her tone taut with urgency. "Inspect the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been surveilling these families for years." Concealed behind the photograph wall, investigators stumbled upon a narrow passage leading to a diminutive monitoring room. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal brimming with meticulous annotations about each family that had inhabited the house. Their routines, their schedules, their disputes, their weaknesses. The script mirrored samples from the property's original constructor, a man named Edward Kelvin. Records indicated his demise during the house's construction, an intriguing detail that escalated in suspicion as the inquiry unfolded. No official death certificate existed. No funeral arrangements had been documented. Edward Kelvin had seemingly vanished from the public record. The final entries in the journal spiraled into incoherence. Phrases such as "they never gazed downward" and "they never perceived me" recurred incessantly. The ultimate page bore a solitary sentence: "The subsequent family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis corroborated what the detectives had begun to discern: Edward Kelvin had never vacated the house he had erected. Instead, he had retreated into its clandestine recesses, erecting a labyrinth of observation posts from which he could surveil families who erroneously believed they dwelt in solitude. The manhunt spanned 3 days. Kelvin was discovered curled within a crawl space amidst the second-floor bedrooms, his physique gaunt and sinewy, adapted to navigating the narrow passages he had constructed within the walls. His eyes blinked in resistance to the penetrating flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct luminosity. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were players in his private theater. He recounted observing them with the detached objectivity of a scientist scrutinizing specimens. He had refrained from physical contact, theft, or overt intrusion into their lives. He had solely observed, documented, recorded. "They extended me an invitation," he confided to the interrogators, his voice soft and rational. "They affixed their signatures to the papers. They became mine." The psychological evaluation ascertained that Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, envisioning himself as a custodian of the house rather than an interloper. The families were mere transient occupants in what he perceived as his permanent abode. The Mercer family never revisited the property. Like their predecessors, they deserted their possessions, salvaging only the essentials in suitcases. The house lingered desolate as the legal proceedings unfolded. The trial laid bare the magnitude of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawl spaces, monitoring stations integrated into the structure itself, all meticulously designed prior to the laying of the inaugural brick. The house had been conceived from its inception as an observatory, its inhabitants unwitting participants in Kelvin's obsessive cataloging. When the jury rendered their verdict, Kelvin evinced no reaction. He had already retreated into the labyrinth of his psyche, where he could traverse unseen through the passages of the house that now existed solely in recollection. The property was ultimately razed, its foundation excavated and filled. Nonetheless, for the families who had dwelled there, the violation endured. They remained haunted not by what had been filched from them, but by what had eluded their awareness, observing, eavesdropping, recording their most intimate moments from within walls they had entrusted to safeguard them. Occasionally, in hushed instants, they found themselves glancing upward at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering if they were genuinely solitary now, pondering if they ever had been. Story 16, The Mysterious Doll. In the depths of the attic, concealed beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with deep blue eyes that seemed to hold secrets untold. Sarah and Michael, a young couple who had recently acquired the Victorian house, were taken aback by the doll's presence, as if it had materialized out of thin air. They chuckled nervously, dismissing it as just another forgotten relic of the past. But that night a strange heaviness lingered in the air, casting a veil of unease over their slumber. The silence felt oppressive, and a sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. And when dawn broke, the doll was nowhere to be found in the attic. It had mysteriously relocated to the foot of their bed, its gaze fixed and unyielding. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the house's intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure, oblivious to the whispers of its dark history. Detective Rachel Winters, a seasoned investigator, was summoned to the scene on a crisp autumn morning. The master bedroom bore witness to a chilling tableau, the female victim contorted in an unnatural pose, eyes wide with terror, while her male counterpart lay sprawled in the hallway, a silent plea frozen on his face. As Detective Winters meticulously combed through the meticulously staged crime scene, a sense of disquiet settled upon her. The victims' bodies revealed no signs of struggle, no traces of an intruder, only a haunting stillness that belied the violence that had occurred. The positioning of the bodies, she observed, was deliberate, almost as if they were mere puppets in a macabre play. The investigation unfolded like a tapestry of shadows and whispers, each clue leading to deeper layers of mystery. Neighbors spoke of eerie sightings, a fleeting shadow at an upstairs window, ghostly laughter echoing through the night. The forensic team uncovered strange fibers, remnants of vintage fabrics used in antique doll clothing, woven into the very fabric of the crime scene. As the investigation delved into the house's past, a pattern emerged, a dark legacy of tragedy and enigma spanning decades. Previous owners had met untimely ends under suspicious circumstances, their deaths shrouded in enigmatic details. A newspaper clipping hinted at a tragic tale, a doll maker and his daughter, bound by a tragic fate that cast a long shadow over the house. The discovery of hidden photographs revealed the dollmaker's sinister creations, each doll imbued with a haunting presence that transcended time. Infrared scans unveiled spectral handprints etched in unseen trails, linking the attic to the master bedroom, a spectral pathway trodden by an otherworldly force. A distant relative of the doll maker whispered tales of forbidden rituals and arcane knowledge, of spirits bound to inanimate forms to grant them a semblance of life. The line between myth and reality blurred as the investigation veered into uncharted territory, where the laws of the living and the dead intertwined in a dance macabre. And then the inexplicable happened. The doll vanished from police custody, leaving behind a trail of bewilderment and dread. Detective Winters, her mind clouded by a haze of forgotten memories, found herself at a loss, adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. The house, tainted by a legacy of sorrow, passed into new hands, its attic a silent witness to the enigma that lay buried within its walls. The doll remained a phantom presence, a specter of the past that eluded all attempts at capture, its laughter echoing through the corridors of time. And as the years passed, the tale of Sarah and Michael, of Detective Winters and the haunted doll, faded into whispers and half-remembered legends. The house stood silent, its secrets locked away, a sentinel of the mysteries that lingered in its shadowed halls. And on quiet nights when the world slept and the moon cast its silver light, a faint laughter could be heard, a child's laughter, pure and untainted by the passage of time. Story 17. The aged apartment held onto its secrets, its groaning pipes, its creaking floorboards, but the new tenant, Sarah, sensed a different kind of presence. The footsteps she heard above were too precise, too purposeful to be mere settling sounds, yet she resided on the highest floor. One fateful night, mustering her courage, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. A heavy silence enveloped her. Then from within the ceiling, a solitary knock echoed back. Sarah kept the knocking incident to herself, attributing it to the building's aging structure or perhaps a stray creature taking shelter in the attic. Despite the nightly footsteps persisting, she adapted, drowning them out with louder TV volumes, wearing headphones to bed, doing anything to mask the rhythmic footfalls tracing invisible paths above her in the darkness. Detective Morris's attention was drawn to the apartment when a maintenance worker made a startling discovery during routine repairs. While fixing a water leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker uncovered a hidden crawlspace behind a section of drywall that defied the building's original layout. Peering inside, he found a makeshift living area, scattered food wrappers, empty water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a tattered notebook. Alarmed, the building superintendent alerted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, arrived to find the shaken maintenance worker muttering, "Someone's been living in the walls, someone's been watching." The notebook contained meticulous notes on Sarah Coleman, her daily routine, her visitors, her meals, her entertainment choices, her every move. The handwriting transitioned from orderly to erratic, with cryptic symbols adorning the margins. The final entry read, "The subject no longer responds to my signals. She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic teams scoured the crawlspace, uncovering unidentified fingerprints and a network of passages interwoven within the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades. These hidden pathways connected to 5 different units but converged into observation points disguised as innocuous fixtures, all leading to Sarah Coleman's apartment. Interviews with current residents yielded no unusual occurrences, while former tenants shared unsettling experiences of feeling watched or hearing inexplicable noises. One former tenant, Martin Weaver, whose DNA was linked to microscopic blood spatter found in a crawlspace, had vanished years earlier without a trace. His disappearance had been a cold case until now. A pattern emerged as investigators delved into Edward's past. Edward Mercer, a reclusive man with a penchant for top-floor units, had left a trail of unanswered questions and disappeared without a trace. His remote cabin revealed a chilling trove of evidence, photos of unsuspecting residents, detailed journals on maintaining the habitat, and maps of building infrastructures. As excavation at the cabin unveiled multiple graves, the manhunt for Edward intensified. Despite sealing off the hidden passages in Sarah's building, a new notebook emerged, hinting at Edward's continued presence. An ominous message left in Sarah's own apartment signaled a sinister game of cat and mouse. Sarah Coleman's whereabouts remain unknown, her case linked to a string of similar disappearances. Detective Morris, haunted by the memory of those phantom footsteps, finds himself pondering the unseen forces lurking within the walls. And as night falls, he, too, listens intently, wondering who else might be out there, waiting in the shadows. Story 18. The aged Polaroid captured a moment from a distant birthday, where smiling faces basked in the flickering light of candles, a scene seemingly ordinary. However, when the daughter, Sarah Winters, inherited a box of forgotten photos from her mother's attic, she stumbled upon something unsettling. Among the cherished memories was a subtle anomaly, a figure lurking in the background of every picture. A man, shrouded in darkness, positioned just beyond the glow of the candles. He didn't belong to the family, and no one could recall his presence. Yet, with each snapshot, he drew nearer. As Sarah sifted through the collection, a sense of unease crept over her. What should have been a nostalgic journey into the past turned into a descent into the unknown. The initial photo barely hinted at his existence, a mysterious silhouette on the periphery of her 7th birthday celebration. In the subsequent images, he insidiously advanced, moving closer with every frame until he stood ominously behind her uncle, unnoticed by all. Disturbed by the discovery, Sarah reached out to her father, her voice quivering as she questioned the identity of the elusive figure haunting their family's history. His perplexed response only deepened the mystery. Desperate for answers, she shared digital copies of the Polaroids with him, prompting a rare display of concern in his voice. The man in the shadows remained an enigma, his presence defying logic and explanation. Seeking assistance, Sarah turned to Detective Marcus Reed, who attentively examined the haunting photographs in his dimly lit office. Rain tapped against the windows, casting eerie shadows that danced across the images spread before him. With a seasoned eye, the detective scrutinized the progression of the figure, his interest piqued by the inexplicable phenomenon unfolding in the snapshots. Despite his initial skepticism, Detective Reed couldn't dismiss the unsettling truth laid bare before him. The mysterious man, obscure yet undeniably present, seemed to navigate through the scenes with purpose, drawing closer to the unsuspecting children in each photograph. A chilling realization dawned as he observed the final image, a spectral hand poised to touch Sarah's childhood self, a mere breath away from the frame. Speculations arose, theories were proposed, yet no logical explanations surfaced. The man in the photos remained a ghostly enigma, a phantom intruder captured in frozen moments of joy and celebration. The investigation delved deeper, reaching into the past for any semblance of truth that could shed light on the shadowy figure haunting the family's history. A breakthrough came in the form of enhanced images, revealing cryptic details that led to a startling revelation. Dental records linked the mysterious man to Robert Keller, a long-lost maintenance worker tied to unresolved child abductions from years past. The chilling connection unveiled a sinister truth. Keller's presence at the gatherings coincided with disappearances that had long baffled authorities. Further investigation unearthed a trail of buried secrets hidden beneath the foundation of Keller's past. Remnants of lost innocence, a hair clip, a toy car, a bracelet, all belonging to the missing children whose fates had remained a mystery for decades. The shadows of the past converged, casting a grim light on the hidden horrors concealed within the family's cherished memories. Alone in her apartment, Sarah grappled with the weight of the revelations that had torn through the facade of nostalgia. The news of identified remains brought a bittersweet closure to families who had long awaited answers. As she gazed at the final birthday photo, the figure's presence lingered, a silent witness to the tragedies that had unfolded unnoticed. The box of photos now held a darker significance, serving as a testament to the unseen dangers that lurk within the confines of captured moments. The shadowy figure, once a spectral specter haunting the family's history, had finally been exposed to the light of justice, his malevolent presence acknowledged after years of evading detection. In the stillness of the night, Sarah tucked away the chilling evidence, a reminder that even in moments of joy, unseen threats may linger, waiting to rewrite the narrative of innocence with a sinister twist. Story 19. Once upon a time, there was a quaint coffee shop that had been a man's sanctuary for years, a place of familiarity and routine. He would claim the same table each day, order the same black coffee with no sugar, and envelope himself in the comforting silence that surrounded him. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all who frequented the shop. Then one day the man failed to make his usual appearance. Concerned, the police were called to investigate. They found his table abandoned, a wallet left behind as the only trace of his presence. Inside that wallet, a driver's license revealed a face without a name, an address, or any identifying information, just a puzzling void where his identity should have resided. Detective Sarah Mercer took charge of the perplexing case, poring over the security footage in search of clues. The man, now referred to as John Doe in the investigation, seemed utterly ordinary on camera, average in height, unremarkable in appearance, clad in a navy coat and carrying a weathered leather messenger bag. His disappearance defied all logic, for he had entered the coffee shop, taken his seat, but had seemingly never departed. As Mercer watched the footage repeatedly, a sense of unease crept over her. The man, John Doe, followed his usual routine that fateful day, ordering his black coffee, settling at his secluded corner table, and engaging in quiet activities. However, a pivotal moment captured his placing of the wallet on the table, rising from his seat and walking towards the restroom area. And then he vanished into thin air, never to return. Perplexed by this inexplicable vanishing act, Mercer instructed the tech specialist to delve deeper into the footage. Their findings only deepened the mystery. There was no record of John entering any restroom, no trace of his exit from the shop. It was as though he had dissipated into the very essence of the air itself. Back at the station, Mercer meticulously examined the contents of the abandoned wallet spread across her desk. The driver's license bore a familiar face but lacked any personal details, the credit cards devoid of names, and the cash neatly arranged. Among these items lay a receipt from the coffee shop dated 3 days prior, and a solitary business card with a cryptic phone number printed in faint gray ink. When Mercer dialed the number, the line connected, but silence greeted her ears, punctuated only by the rustling of paper before the call abruptly ended. The barista, a witness to John Doe's daily presence, offered sparse insights. He was a quiet man, always absorbed in his own world, polite, generous with his tips. Sometimes I thought I detected a faint accent in his soft-spoken words. Did John ever engage in conversations, meet with anyone? Mercer inquired further. The barista shook his head. Never. He was a solitary figure, always engrossed in his notebook. Speaking of the notebook, it remained open on the table, filled with intricate lines of code or encrypted messages that confounded the department's cryptographers. Intriguingly, sketches of unfamiliar architectural designs adorned its pages, structures that had no known existence in the surrounding area. Mercer dispatched officers to canvass the neighborhood with John Doe's image, yet no one recognized him. No missing persons report matched his description, and his fingerprints yielded no matches. As Mercer immersed herself in the investigation, she stumbled upon a curious anomaly in the security footage. Each morning when John entered the coffee shop, a brief flicker disrupted the time stamp on the camera. The tech specialist dismissed it as a mere glitch, but Mercer sensed a deeper significance. Returning to the coffee shop, she settled at John's customary table, her eyes drawn to an antique mirror suspended between the entrance and the restroom corridor. Its ornate frame bore symbols reminiscent of those in John's enigmatic notebook. Engaging the shop owner in conversation, Mercer probed about the mirror's history. "It's been here longer than I can remember, a relic from the past that came with the building, impossibly heavy and steadfast in its place. Had it ever been relocated for cleaning or renovations?" Mercer inquired further. "Never," came the reply. Mercer approached the mirror, her reflection revealing a subtle distortion that seemed to hint at hidden depths. Expecting the chill of glass, she instead encountered a peculiar warmth emanating from its surface, a sensation that stirred a whisper of the unknown. The forensics team, summoned to investigate, uncovered a concealed compartment behind the mirror. Within lay a trove of identical wallets, each containing a driver's license bearing the same face with blank personal details. Beside them rested a weathered journal filled with entries scribed over decades, mirroring the handwriting found in John's notebook. The final entry ominously stated, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The gateway is closing." Fingerprints matching John Doe littered the hidden chamber, and carbon dating of the earliest wallet hinted at its age spanning half a century, despite the unchanging visage in the photo. The journal's cryptic musings delved into theories of temporal manipulation and identity transference, alluding to elusive concepts of crossing back and window points that befuddled even the seasoned investigators. One passage seized Mercer's attention. The coffee shop stands as a nexus point where realities converge. The mirror serves as the threshold. When alignment is achieved, passage becomes conceivable. With each twist of the investigation, peculiar occurrences unfurled around the coffee shop. Patrons reported anomalous reflections moving independently within the window glass, sightings of John Doe at his table, despite the absence captured by security cameras. The enigma escalated when an elderly woman, Margaret Keller, a retired physicist with classified government ties, reached out to the police. She unveiled the truth behind the enigmatic John Doe, unveiling his true identity as Daniel Weston, a brilliant mind lost to an experiment involving quantum mirrors, gateways to traverse parallel dimensions. Documents revealed Weston's disappearance during a scientific mishap, aligning with the earliest entry in the journal discovered behind the mirror. He believed in the coexistence of multiple realities, Keller revealed, and postulated that certain locales acted as fragile links between these realms, offering a pathway for transference. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Mercer revisited the coffee shop, unearthing its profound connection to Weston's past. Built atop the remnants of the research facility where Weston vanished, the shop harbored echoes of his elusive experiments. The case hurtled towards its climax when Mercer, engrossed in late-night surveillance, detected a startling revelation in the footage. Reflected in the shattered mirror, two iterations of Daniel Weston stood juxtaposed, one observing, the other seated at the table. A rift in reality laid bare before her eyes. As Mercer hastened to the coffee shop, she found the mirror fractured upon the floor, a final missive etched in familiar script. The experiment concludes. The portal seals shut. Dare not to pursue. The case of the vanishing man remained a lingering enigma, shrouded in uncertainty. The coffee shop closed its doors, the building succumbing to demolition in time. Daniel Weston's fate remained a mystery, his writings and artifacts vanishing from evidence custody under mysterious circumstances. Mercer, haunted by the enigmatic saga, retreated from the force, her solitary vigils marked by fervent notations in a notebook akin to Weston's. And on her wall hung a fragment of an ancient mirror, its surface at times rippling with unseen currents when the world slept. Story 20. In the beginning there was a mere flicker, a glitch in the baby monitor's transmission. The mother initially brushed it off as mere interference, but then the audio crackled and a voice softly whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine. With her heart racing, she hurried to her son's room only to find the crib empty. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only unsettling sight was the stuffed rabbit on the floor, its glossy black eyes seeming to stare directly at her. Rebecca's scream pierced the night until her voice grew hoarse. The neighbors heard her distress and promptly dialed emergency services. Upon arrival, authorities discovered her cradling the stuffed rabbit, swaying back and forth on the nursery floor. Her 4-month-old son, Samuel, had vanished without a trace. The initial search yielded little progress. No signs of forced entry were evident. The security system had been armed all night. The recorded footage from the baby monitor showed nothing out of the ordinary except for that eerie voice and static. Investigators found themselves perplexed. How could someone enter a locked home, snatch a child, and depart without a trace except for disturbing a stuffed animal? Rebecca found herself under suspicion. Her husband Daniel had been away on business. Their marriage had been strained since Samuel's arrival. Medical records unveiled Rebecca's struggles with postpartum depression. Detectives noted her composed demeanor during questioning, deeming it unsettling for a mother whose child had just vanished. Speculations brewed within the community. A breakthrough occurred when forensic analysis uncovered minuscule fibers on the nursery windowsill that did not match any household textiles or the family's clothing. These fibers belonged to a rare type of climbing rope, hinting at a skilled intruder gaining access to the second-floor nursery from outside. Focus shifted. Footage from neighboring homes revealed a shadowy figure moving stealthily that fateful night. A partial footprint in the garden soil matched a specialized boot used by military personnel and seasoned climbers. Rebecca no longer held the spotlight. Upon Daniel's return from his trip, investigators noticed unusual calluses on his hands. During questioning, he mentioned rock climbing as a recent stress relief hobby. Suspicion grew as financial records unveiled a significant life insurance policy taken out on Samuel. Phone records revealed numerous calls to an unknown number that ceased just before the abduction. The case took a sinister turn upon discovering Daniel maintained a second family in another town, unbeknownst to Rebecca. The investigation honed in on the baby monitor. Digital forensics unveiled the device had been hacked. The signal had been intercepted and manipulated. The whispered voice urging sleep did not originate from inside the nursery, but had been remotely transmitted to the bedside receiver. Tracking the digital breach led investigators to a residential basement where a startling revelation unfolded. Samuel was found alive, under the care of a woman named Elaine. She surrendered without resistance, her gaze vacant as she was apprehended and taken into custody. Connections emerged through old photographs and DNA analysis. Elaine turned out to be Daniel's first wife, who had suffered a miscarriage years prior. Their marriage had crumbled after that tragedy, but Elaine never recovered. She had been monitoring Daniel's life through social media, watching as he forged a new family with Rebecca. Despite Daniel's denial, digital evidence painted a different narrative. His climbing gear matched the fibers on the windowsill. His boots matched the print in the garden. Encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine detailed their scheme. He provided access to the security system. She took the child they both claimed as hers, and insurance money would fund their new life. During the trial, the courtroom fell silent as the prosecution played the enhanced audio from the baby monitor. Amidst the chilling whispers, forensic experts isolated another sound in the background: Daniel's distinctive cough, placing him at the scene of the abduction he professed ignorance of. The jury swiftly reached a verdict. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangering a child. Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new place, away from haunting memories. This case reshaped how investigators approached modern abductions. Baby monitors nationwide underwent scrutiny for vulnerabilities. Parents fortified nursery security measures. Experts cautioned against the escalating sophistication of crimes exploiting technology against the most defenseless victims. Samuel would grow up without recollection of his disappearance. Rebecca safeguarded the stuffed rabbit tucked away in a box in her closet. She couldn't discard it, nor could she face those glassy black eyes that had witnessed the truth when the baby monitor transmitted that eerie voice through the darkness. The monitor spoke the truth, it just did so in a manner no one foresaw. Story 21: The Unsettling Discovery. Renovations always have a way of unveiling hidden secrets. In the case of Sarah and Michael, it was no different. As they delved into the old Victorian-era home they had purchased, intrigued by its intricate details and storied past, they never anticipated the chilling find waiting beneath the floorboards. Amidst the debris of the past, old newspapers, forgotten trinkets, and faded photographs, a folded letter lay hidden, as if time had preserved its ominous message. "Don't trust the one who knocked," it declared in faded ink, sending shivers down their spines. Before they could grasp the full weight of those words, 3 sharp knocks pierced the silence of the empty house, echoing like a haunting warning. Detective Alina Reed and her partner arrived on the scene, the exposed floorboards revealing a dark void beneath. With seasoned hands that bore the marks of countless investigations, Detective Reed carefully retrieved the brittle note, already tainted by the unwitting touch of Sarah and Michael. Their fear was palpable as they recounted the mysterious knocking they had heard, their unease genuine and unsettling. Background checks on the couple yielded nothing suspicious. They were newlyweds with solid reputations and stable lives, but the house itself harbored a darker past. Once owned by the reclusive Hargrove family, it had stood empty for years following the passing of its last inhabitant, the enigmatic widow Margaret Hargrove. As Detective Reed delved deeper into the history of the house and its former residents, a web of intrigue and tragedy began to unravel. The note, dated 2 decades prior, hinted at a time of fear and uncertainty for Margaret and her late husband, Franklin. Franklin, a respected teacher with a troubled past, had fallen into the clutches of a ruthless loan shark known as Victor Mercer, a collector for illegal gambling operations. Franklin's mounting debts and paranoia had led to a fatal confrontation, with the workshop tools turning into instruments of violence and the house's crawlspace becoming a grim resting place. Margaret, driven by fear and loyalty, had helped conceal the truth, living in the shadow of secrets and haunted by the phantom knocks that tormented her solitary existence. The discovery of Victor Mercer's remains beneath the house brought closure to a case long shrouded in mystery and tragedy. The house, tainted by its dark legacy, was sold by Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of its secrets. It stood vacant, a silent witness to the past, its renovations abandoned as whispers of spectral knocks in the night lingered among the locals. Detective Reed closed the case, but some mysteries defy resolution. The chilling message of the hidden note, "Don't trust the one who knocked," remained a stark reminder of the darkness that had once lurked within those walls. Margaret's cryptic warnings echoed through the years, leaving unanswered questions and a sense of unease that lingered long after the case was officially closed. Story 22. The tale of the enigmatic Victorian-era home unfolded like a whispered secret in the night. Michael and Sarah Klein, unsuspecting newcomers to the charming residence, found themselves entangled in a web of mystery woven within its walls. The peeling wallpaper, a mere facade at first glance, held secrets far beyond the surface. Layer by layer, as they delicately uncovered the hidden narratives beneath, a haunting revelation emerged. Inked in a frenzy, a single name echoed throughout the room: Eleanor Winters. Each stroke of the pen, each repetition of the name, spoke of a story untold, a presence unseen. In their quest for answers, the Kleins delved into a digital labyrinth, where a solitary search yielded a chilling connection to a long-forgotten missing persons case. The face staring back at them from faded newsprint mirrored that of the woman who had passed them the keys to their new abode, Margaret Cavendish, a woman with secrets buried deep within her gaze. Curiosity stirred within the hearts of Michael and Sarah, prompting them to unravel the threads of the past that lingered in the air like a ghostly whisper. Their journey began with a simple water stain, a subtle hint of the tales waiting to be unearthed. As they traced the history of the house, their nights blurred into an obsession, a shared pursuit of truth that led them down winding paths of uncertainty. Margaret Cavendish's enigmatic presence loomed large, her identity a shroud of mystery draped over the walls that whispered of forgotten echoes. The retired detective's voice crackled through time, recounting a cold case that had long evaded closure. Eleanor Winters, a name lost to the winds of time, resurfaced in a dance of shadows and light, her essence seeping through the cracks in the walls. Forensic teams descended upon the house, their meticulous work peeling back the layers of deception that had cloaked the truth for decades. Hidden spaces revealed hidden identities, each card bearing a different name, but the same haunting visage, a tapestry of personas woven by a fractured mind. The revelation of Rebecca Eldridge, a figure shrouded in darkness and fractured memories, unraveled the mystery thread by thread. Eleanor's essence, trapped within the confines of the walls, bore witness to a tragedy born of obsession and fractured realities. As the investigation unfolded, the backyard became a stage for secrets buried deep, where the earth itself whispered of long-held truths waiting to be unearthed. Eleanor's remains, a silent witness to the passage of time, emerged from their earthen tomb, bringing closure to a chapter long forgotten. Rebecca, in her myriad forms, stood at the threshold of truth and illusion, her fractured mind a labyrinth of echoes and shadows. The house, once a sanctuary, became a monument to a tragedy that transcended time, its walls echoing with the weight of a confession long overdue. In the stillness of the night, as the moon cast its silver light upon the House of Whispers, Michael and Sarah stood as guardians of a story written in ink and blood, a tale that would linger in the shadows long after the echoes had faded into the night. Story 23, The Unsettling Reflection. She cleared the steam from the mirror, gazing at her own reflection. Everything seemed normal at first glance, her face, her attire. Yet a sense of unease crept over her the longer she peered into the mirror. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement that didn't belong to her. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, watching. This eerie encounter marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's mysterious ordeal. What unfolded would baffle investigators and cast a haunting shadow over the community for years to come. Rebecca led a solitary life in a modest apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, she maintained a polite distance from others while staying amiable with her neighbors. By day, she toiled as a data analyst at a mid-sized firm, her existence governed by routines and exactitude. No one could have foreseen that she would become enmeshed in one of the most enigmatic criminal investigations in recent memory. It all commenced innocuously enough. Rebecca began noticing subtle changes in her living space. Small items shifted around, a coffee mug misplaced, books rearranged, her toothbrush in an unfamiliar spot. These odd occurrences she initially brushed off as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to her prolonged hours scrutinizing spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights, straining her vision. When Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disturbances, finally reached out to the authorities, Detective Marion Shaw received her report. Initially deeming it a matter more suited for mental health services than law enforcement, Shaw documented the complaint but relegated it to the stack of non-urgent cases. There was nothing concrete, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman plagued by a sense of unease within her own home. However, the pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted the uncanny experience in vivid detail, the sensation of her reflection moving independently, the constant feeling of being observed even in solitude. This time she presented evidence, footage from a security camera she had installed, trained on her front door. The video unearthed a chilling revelation that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned law enforcement personnel. The grainy recording captured Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, only to be succeeded by an identical figure entering the apartment 20 minutes later, using a key. Forensic analysts scrutinized the footage for any signs of tampering or digital manipulation, finding none. The intruder moved with a precision that mirrored Rebecca, clad in her attire and shouldering her distinctive leather bag. Yet, according to time-stamped footage from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already swiped into her office across town. "We're facing a doppelganger situation," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne, capable of mimicking her with unsettling accuracy." As the investigation intensified, fingerprints scattered around the apartment matched solely with Rebecca's. No extraneous DNA surfaced, and neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca navigating her routine as usual. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, recounted a peculiar encounter where she greeted Rebecca upon her return home, receiving no response, a departure from her usual behavior but not raising immediate alarms. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal as minor alterations in her living space burgeoned. Unexplained disappearances of food from her fridge, searches on her computer she hadn't conducted, and the unsettling discovery of selfies on her phone featuring her doppelganger, capturing subtle irregularities in her expression. "I feel as though I'm descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their subsequent meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this to make me believe so." The breakthrough materialized when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated during Rebecca's absence for specific engagements, like therapy sessions, yoga classes, or Sunday morning grocery runs. These were premeditated activities with predictable durations. "An individual well-versed in your daily regimen," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't random, it's a calculated surveillance and intrusion." A forensic psychologist proposed a theory of fixation, a case where an individual fixates on emulating another, possibly with the aspiration of assuming their identity eventually. Such occurrences, while rare, were documented in psychological annals. Typically, the perpetrator underwent a psychological rupture, fixating on a target embodying traits they coveted: stability, allure, success, normalcy. The investigation honed in on a former colleague of Rebecca's, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had worked closely with Rebecca, often remarking on their shared resemblances. Post-dismissal, she sent Rebecca a series of disconcerting emails, one asserting, "We could be one and the same. Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." With a warrant secured, Detective Shaw and her team scoured Lily's abode. What they unearthed transcended from disquieting to appalling. Within one room, Lily had fashioned a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom, festooned with photographs capturing Rebecca's daily routines, social interactions, and shopping excursions, snapshots clandestinely taken. A wardrobe teeming with duplicates of Rebecca's attire, makeup brands mirroring those favored by Rebecca, and meticulous notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and habitual activities. Most unsettling were the practice videos. Lily had documented herself mimicking every facet of Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was starkly evident, initial attempts clumsy and overt, progressing to a point where the mimicry bordered on indistinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to be me," Rebecca murmured upon confronting the evidence. "It wasn't mere imitation, she sought to obliterate me." Forensic specialists uncovered intricate apparatus for forging keys and replicating electronic access cards. Lily had orchestrated an elaborate scheme to shadow Rebecca's movements, maintaining a calendar forecasting her schedule in meticulous detail. Yet, Lily's ultimate objective remained an enigma. Journals seized from Lily's residence contained rambling entries vacillating between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca interchangeably as me and her within the same paragraph. The final entry sent a chill down investigators' spines. "Soon, only one of us will endure. The stronger entity shall prevail." When authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Signs of a hurried departure dotted her apartment drawers left ajar, certain devices missing. A nationwide alert was issued, and Rebecca was ushered into protective custody, rehoused at an undisclosed secure facility under round-the-clock surveillance. For 3 weeks, authorities monitored every locale linked to her past, yet Lily remained a phantom. The case took a disquieting turn when a security sentinel at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Despite being on leave and protected in a fortified safe house, Rebecca was purportedly sighted entering the building. Subsequent security footage substantiated the claim a figure identical to Rebecca had accessed the premises using a valid ID card, proceeded to her prior workstation, and sifted through her files for 40 minutes before exiting. The real Rebecca, sheltered in seclusion, couldn't have been present. The grim reality materialized. Lily hadn't absconded, she had made her move. She now inhabited Rebecca's life, assuming her identity while the authentic Rebecca remained concealed. The case lingers unresolved to this day. Lily Winters remains at large, and Rebecca Thorne has forged a new existence in undisclosed quarters. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk, a juxtaposition of two strikingly similar women. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other Lily Winters. She often scrutinizes their visages, seeking nuances that differentiate one from the other. The truly unnerving aspect Shaw imparts to fledgling detectives is not that someone could resemble or mimic you. It's the fervor with which they seek to supplant you, erasing themselves in the process. Identity isn't merely our outward facade, it's what we safeguard most zealously. At times, we fail to appreciate its worth until someone endeavors to pilfer it. Story 24. It began with a mere pocket dial, a jumble of static and faint sounds that almost slipped past the operator's notice. But then a voice pierced through the confusion. A woman, her words a frantic whisper, urgently conveying, "He's here." And then silence engulfed the line. The number traced back to an empty house, its halls echoing with abandonment for years on end. No signs of intrusion, no disturbances disrupting the dusty stillness. Yet in the neglected kitchen, amidst the layers of dust, sat a phone on the counter, its screen softly glowing. The call had been placed just moments before. Detective Morgan Reed, her mind consumed by the mysterious whisper, pressed the playback button once more. The voice lingered, haunting her desperation, fear, and an air of impossibility woven into its fibers. This forsaken property had once belonged to the Sullivan family, who departed following a devouring blaze that ravaged the West Wing. Since then, no soul had called this place home. The caretaker's visits were sporadic, and he swore no one had trespassed within those walls for years. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh. "Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter, deceased for 3 years now in a car accident," came the reply. Morgan's gaze drifted to the evidence bag holding the phone. The pieces of this enigma refused to align. A departed soul's phone reaching out from a vacant dwelling. The dust around the phone bore signs of disturbance solely beneath its resting place, as though it had appeared there out of thin air. The forensic team scoured for answers, but found naught. No fingerprints graced the device, except for elusive smudges that defied identification. No footprints marked a path to or from the house. The doors remained locked, the windows sealed shut. The recording of those 11 eerie seconds, static, breath, and 5 urgent words, became the nucleus of their inquiry. Voice analysis confirmed an uncanny match to Catherine Sullivan's voice from old recordings, with a staggering 98% certainty. The timestamp pinpointed the call to the exact moment of Catherine's passing 3 years prior, down to the very minute. Morgan and Walsh delved into the lives intertwined with Catherine's. Her father, now remarried, exuded genuine bewilderment. Her mother, dwelling in solitude in a modest apartment, crumbled upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she murmured. "She sounds so frightened." Catherine's former beau at the time of her demise, Mark Jennings, held an airtight alibi for the night of the call. He twalled through a night shift at the hospital, corroborated by numerous witnesses and security footage. Moreover, the house had been vacant. The call shouldn't have materialized, and yet it did. The investigation stalled until a phone call from Catherine's mother reignited the flames of curiosity. "I stumbled upon something in her belongings," she quivered. Katie kept a journal, the final entry. "You must see it." Within the pages of the journal lay meticulous accounts of Catherine's relationship with Mark. The tender beginnings spiraled into a tale of control, isolation, and ultimately dread. The closing entry bore a chilling message. He discovered my plans to depart. His rage knows no bounds. If harm befalls me, it won't be by chance. Confronted anew, Mark's composure wavered under the weight of questions about the journal. You suspect me of harm based on her words. That's no proof, he deflected. The accident report placed you at the scene before emergency services, Morgan pointed out. How did you know where to search? His complexion drained of color. I was merely concerned when she didn't arrive. I went looking. Revisiting the accident site, investigators unearthed a buried secret, 20 feet from the crash spot, Catherine's actual phone. The device discovered in the house was but a backup, snug at her parents' abode. Scrutiny of the buried phone unveiled deleted text exchanges between Catherine and her sister on the fatal night. Mark learned of my departure. He tails me in his car, followed by, he's driving me off the road. The medical examiner, upon a fresh review of Catherine's autopsy snapshots, unearthed anomalies unexplainable by the crash alone. Defensive wounds etched on her hands, bruises hinting at strangulation. When law enforcers moved to apprehend Mark, his dwelling revealed a macabre shrine to Catherine photographs, pilfered mementos, and clippings chronicling her demise. Amidst his possessions lay audio editing software and scripts detailing the fabrication of the phantom call, concocted from Catherine's voice snippets. The call had served as his twisted encore to the crime, a charade to confound investigators and torment Catherine's grieving kin. As inquiries widened to Mark's past involvements as an emergency responder, 2 more suspicious demises of young women surfaced, deemed accidents, yet linked to him through relationships. 6 days into the manhunt, officers espied Mark's vehicle stationed outside the Sullivan residence. Inside, he sat in silence within the kitchen, his gaze fixed upon a phone akin to Catherine's. He offered no resistance upon arrest. She wouldn't cease her accusations, he confessed to Morgan during interrogation. Even after I silenced her, she persisted, accusing me. I needed all to hear her to believe she lingered out there. A specter can't bear witness against me. The jury's deliberations lasted a mere handful of hours before Mark was pronounced guilty of first-degree murder. As the verdict echoed, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest. Justice, not through spectral means, but via the resonance of Catherine's voice, her words, her fears etched in ink, her final struggles to seek sanctuary. The phone from the derelict house now rests in the evidence vault. Occasionally, officers swear they catch a phantom ring, though its power source was extracted long ago. Catherine's tale endures, not as a ghostly yarn, but as a testament that victims find avenues to be heard, even when their voices fall silent. Story 25, The Sleep of Forgotten Whispers. She felt the urge to renovate the nursery, to repaint its faded blue walls before the baby's arrival. As she brushed on the first coat of white paint, a hidden secret began to reveal itself. Letters, faint at first, then sharpening into clarity, emerged beneath the fresh coat, a message, cryptic and chilling. Don't let it hear you. Her breath hitched in her throat as she took a step back, her eyes scanning the room. And there on the wall were tiny handprints etched in the wet paint, too high for any child to reach. A sense of unease settled in the room, setting the stage for what would unfold in the Morgan residence, a tale that would come to be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had purchased the Victorian-style home, unaware of its dark past, lured in by its seemingly irresistible price. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, her notebook at the ready, greeted by a pregnant woman in paint-splattered overalls, weariness etched into the shadows beneath her eyes. The woman recounted the eerie discovery in the nursery, the message, the handprints, and the abrupt departure of the previous owners under the shroud of night. Inside the historic home, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed on the aged floorboards as she made her way to the nursery. The partially painted walls still bore the ominous message, a stark reminder of the house's troubled history. Beside it, 5 small handprints stood out in the fresh paint, a silent testament to something unseen. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into the property's records, uncovering a pattern of short-lived occupants and disturbing reports of whispers and unseen presences. The house's dark past began to unfurl a widow named Eleanor Blackwood, a hidden room behind the nursery wall, and the disappearance of 5 children from her care. Interviewing former residents and analyzing old documents, Detective Klein pieced together a haunting narrative of inexplicable phenomena, supernatural whispers, ghostly laughter, and mysterious writings that appeared when the nursery was repainted. Forensic analysis connected the handprints to the long-lost children, their presence lingering beyond the veil of time. A chilling turn in the investigation led to the discovery of 5 small shapes beneath the basement floor, revealing the tragic fate of the missing children. Their remains, adorned with engraved pendants, told a story of forgotten souls trapped in a twisted bid for eternal life. Luminol sprayed across the nursery walls uncovered a haunting truth: countless handprints, invisible to the naked eye, reaching out from the past. Eleanor's journals revealed her macabre intentions, her belief in harnessing the life force of orphaned children for her own gain. With the victims finally laid to rest, the house fell silent, its dark secrets laid bare, but its mysteries unresolved. Detective Klein closed the case, haunted by the lingering echoes of the past that seemed to whisper through the very walls of the condemned house. The nursery walls came down, a symbolic act of closure, yet the whispers persisted, echoing through the rubble. The house, now a ghostly relic, remained a cold case, a testament to the lingering shadows of a bygone era. And in the darkness, a photograph captured the eerie glow of 5 handprints, a spectral reminder of the souls lost to the depths of time. Story 26, The Costume Shop. The Costume Emporium was on its last breath, liquidating its stock of aged treasures. Amidst the fading glimmer of the shop's final hours, a woman stumbled upon a mask perched on a cobweb-coated shelf. Its features, exquisitely crafted yet eerily lifelike, stirred a strange unease within her. Placing it gingerly on the checkout counter, she watched as the cashier hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. "That's not ours," he mumbled, casting a wary glance at the mysterious mask. Perplexed, the woman inspected the mask, searching for a tag that was conspicuously absent. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to bring it home with her. Little did she know, this seemingly innocuous decision would set in motion a chain of events that defied all reason. That fateful night, a soft murmur roused her from slumber. A gentle rustle of fabric, barely audible yet undeniably present, echoed through the dimly lit room. Startled, she sat up in bed, heart pounding, only to find the mask perched on her nightstand, its enigmatic gaze fixed upon her. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was discovered the following morning by a concerned neighbor. The front door stood ajar, inviting a stream of morning light into the otherwise somber abode. What awaited inside would become a haunting enigma that lingered in the minds of investigators for years to come. Catherine lay motionless on the bedroom floor, the mask conspicuously absent from its previous resting place. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene as forensics meticulously documented every detail. The rhythmic click of the shutters punctuated the hushed tones of the investigative team as they pieced together the puzzle before them. Not a trace of forced entry, observed one officer, jotting down notes in a worn notepad. The detective nodded pensively, her keen gaze sweeping across the room, absorbing every subtle nuance. A partially ajar drawer, a half-empty water glass with a faint lipstick stain, seemingly mundane details that belied the chilling truth of the woman who would never awaken from her eternal slumber. The medical examiner, his expression grave, knelt beside Catherine's lifeless form. Initial examination yields no clear cause of death, no visible wounds, no signs of struggle, he intoned, gesturing towards her frozen visage. Yet, look closely, terror etched into her very being. Bending down for a closer inspection, the detective whispered, something drove her to the brink of fear. Catherine, a connoisseur of art, had led a quiet existence as an appraiser renowned for her discerning eye. Colleagues attested to her meticulous nature, her unwavering dedication to authenticity. She could spot a forgery a mile away, reminisced her boss during questioning, pondering the tragic fate that had befallen their esteemed colleague. The detective's inquiry led her to unearth unsettling revelations from the costume shop's surveillance footage. The cashier's genuine perplexity over the mask's origin, the owner's adamant denial of ever stocking such an item, ominous threads that wove a tapestry of mystery and foreboding. A visit to the now desolate shop unraveled a tale steeped in shadows. The shop owner, his hands trembling with trepidation, divulged the mask's sinister legacy. It materialized during our clearance sale, an enigma shrouded in whispers. None can trace its origins. It defies the boundaries of our reality, he confessed, haunted by the specter of the unknown. Forensic analysis yielded a crucial breakthrough, microscopic fibers entwined within Catherine's lifeless grasp. She clutched at something in her final moments, the lab technician disclosed, his tone tinged with unease. These fibers, an enigmatic blend of human hair and an unidentified organic compound, a relic of antiquity lost to time. The investigation unfurled a tapestry of tragedy spanning decades, each victim linked by a common thread, a peculiar mask that heralded their untimely demise. The haunting echoes of unsolved mysteries reverberated through the annals of time. A retired detective, a veteran of a bygone era, shared a revelation that pierced the veil of the unknown. In a dimly lit chamber, he slid a weathered file across the table, his hands trembling with the weight of forgotten secrets. Inscribed within each mask, hidden from prying eyes, ancient symbols whispered of a ritual steeped in shadow, a ritual of soul transference, he intoned, his voice laden with the weight of forbidden knowledge. A clandestine journal, concealed within the confines of Catherine's abode, unveiled a harrowing truth. Her final entry spoke of unseen malevolence, of a spectral presence that lurked within the shadows. Her relentless pursuit of the mask's origins unraveled a tapestry of terror, each death a chapter in a macabre saga. The mask stirs, her frantic scrawl bore witness to her unraveling sanity. It watches, it waits, a harbinger of doom. The markings within, a gateway to oblivion. The collector, the masks bound by a curse that transcends time itself. The detective, fueled by an insatiable curiosity, pieced together the fragments of a puzzle steeped in ancient malevolence. The medical examiner's grim pronouncement shed light on Catherine's demise, an insidious cocktail of fear that seized her heart in its icy grip. Yet the shadows held darker truths, unveiled in a chilling revelation captured by a vigilant eye. Surveillance footage from a neighboring residence unveiled a figure, shrouded in darkness, departing Catherine's home, a phantom mirroring her form, a grotesque parody of life itself. The hunt for the elusive mask bore fruit in a distant vintage emporium, where whispers of its arrival stirred dormant fears. However, fate played a cruel hand as the mask changed hands once more, vanishing into the ether before investigators could apprehend its new custodian. The detective, keeper of Catherine's journal, harbored a silent vigil over the forbidden tome, a grim reminder of forces that defied comprehension. In the quiet hours of night, a spectral unease gripped her soul, a phantom presence that lingered at the edge of perception. She would check the windows, secure the locks, seeking solace in the mundane routines that shielded her from the encroaching darkness. For she knew, as did the shadows that danced at the periphery of her consciousness, that the mask bided its time, hungering for a new vessel to ensnare in its web of terror. And so the mask awaited its next unwitting victim, a silent sentinel in the realm of nightmares, a harbinger of untold horrors lurking beneath the veneer of reality. In the dead of night, as the world slumbered, it would stir once more, its empty gaze fixed upon a soul ripe for the claiming. Story 27. The apartment lay silent and empty for months, a forgotten space waiting to be awakened from its slumber. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were modest, perhaps some dust to sweep away, or remnants of furniture left behind. But there was one door that refused to yield, stubbornly locked from within. It beckoned curiosity, whispering secrets of the past. The landlord, with a heavy sigh, forced it open, bracing for the mundane sight of old coats or discarded items. Yet what awaited them was far from ordinary. Within the closet, the walls bore witness to a haunting tale etched in deep, uneven scratches on the wooden canvas. Each mark told a story of desperation, of a struggle against confinement, and nestled in the corner like a relic of the past, an old flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single, unread message that held a chilling weight. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling mysteries, felt a shiver run down her spine as she surveyed the scene. It wasn't the presence of blood or violence that unnerved her, but the silent screams etched into those walls, an echo of someone's fight for freedom in the confines of that small space. "We need forensics here immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured each scratch on camera, "and gather the records of the previous tenants." The cryptic message on the phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, visibly unsettled, shared sparse details of the previous tenant, a young woman named Emma Caldwell, who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. "Quiet type, kept to herself," he mumbled, avoiding the closet's gaze. "No trouble at all." Forensic analysis unraveled a web of intrigue woven within the walls. Blood samples embedded in the scratches pointed to Emma Caldwell, reported missing months ago. However, two other DNA profiles emerged, one unidentified, the other belonging to a man declared dead 2 years prior. "This defies logic," Shaw murmured, studying the perplexing lab results. Derek Mercer, presumed deceased, now left his mark within the closet, his past intertwined with Emma's present in a sinister dance of secrets. Emma's apartment spoke volumes of an interrupted existence, unopened mail, a forgotten mug in the sink, a bed meticulously made. Her phone records hinted at a sudden silence in her once lively world, punctuated by an influx of calls from an unknown number in the days leading to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed divulged. No name, just intense and private. Surveillance footage painted a haunting picture of Emma's final moments, a shadowy figure, obscured by a baseball cap, trailing her into the building under the cloak of night. The discovery of Derek Mercer's fingerprints on the closet doorknob ignited a spark of revelation. He staged his death, Shaw concluded, but for what purpose and what ties him to Emma? The enigma deepened as the investigation unearthed a link to another missing woman, Lynette Porter, vanished without a trace years ago. Her presence lingered in Emma's world, a spectral connection waiting to be unraveled. Journeying through shadows of deceit, Shaw traced the tendrils of darkness to a remote property owned by the Mercer family. Behind ominous basement doors, they found Lynette alive yet diminished, a mirror image of Emma's entrapment. "He forced me to watch," Lynette whispered, haunted by her ordeal. "He showed me the price of defiance." Evidence mounted against Mercer, a tapestry of control, images of his victims, and the damning recordings that captured Emma's plight within the closet. A manhunt ensued, stretching across boundaries in pursuit of a phantom who thrived on suffering. When Mercer was finally apprehended, his composure remained unshaken, a facade of tranquility masking a turbulent mind. "He sent that message himself," Mercer calmly asserted, deflecting accountability. "She sought her fate willingly." The trial unraveled the intricacies of Mercer's deception, a carefully orchestrated ploy to vanish into obscurity, preying on unsuspecting souls who mirrored his first victim. Emma's body lay unrecovered, lost to the depths of that closet where her spirit had fought its final battle against the encroaching darkness. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate with a life sentence, a faint smile played on his lips, a cryptic acknowledgement of his twisted reality. In a moment of catharsis, Lynette Porter addressed the court, her voice a beacon of resilience amidst the shadows. "While he dwells in confinement, I shall bask in the light of freedom." The case reshaped investigative protocols, shedding light on the nuances of missing persons cases entwined in webs of deceit and manipulation. Detective Shaw, a silent sentinel of justice, preserved the closet door from Emma's apartment, a stark reminder that the most harrowing tales are often whispered in the scratches of those who fought to survive.